Go and verify. We go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to Mo. Go and verify. I'm not quite sure what is happening with this particular system that I'm using. Sometimes the camera is sharp and crisp, and sometimes it just fits to the background. Go and verify. So this is what we're going to be doing going forward. So go and verify. One man went to Mo. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is OBI'S. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the Megodu is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the Megodu is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the Megodu is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving fast now. Holy, 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 Alamede is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster, never freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is OBI'S. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the Megodu is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the Megodu is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the Megodu is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is right there. Holy, holy. So holy, holy. So I'm not sure how many of you live in the UK or how many of you have spent time in the UK. But if you have lived in the UK or you live in the UK or you have spent time in the UK and you are a partaker in the elixirs of life, then you'd have spent time in a British pub. So if you have spent time in the British pub, when it comes the hour to depart, the landlord, which is the barkeeper, they call them the landlord of the bar, he will ring a bell and it will say time, ladies and gentlemen. So that is time for you. So that is the signal for you to drink up and leave. So that bell now being rung on this disobedient nonsense, this noise making that we're hearing from the eastern quarters, I, one man, I am calling time on this disobedient behavior from the eastern quarter. So within the next 2 weeks, I shall be putting an end to the noise making coming out of the east. Time, the bell rings. Holy, holy, as guys, I bring you these. Pardon me. Peter Obi supporters attack Poju Oyemade over suggestive Twitter thread. So this is exactly why I will be calling time on the noise making from the east. Enough of it, the crass vulgarity. So this is a pastor, just not a political person, by the way, making innocent comments on Twitter just to his followers and adherents, and of course, anything that even hints at not being their way. The disobedient followers of the man from the east, they latch onto it with sparking cutlasses. So the sparking cutlasses at this pastor, Peter Obi's supporters attack Poju Oyemade over suggestive Twitter thread. So it opens up in that space again. It's a never-ending narrative. So put upon is this guy that he quickly reacts. Pastor Oyemade deletes controversial tweets amidst backlash from Peter Obi supporters. So there it is right there. The disobedience, they take down another one. I think this is the second or third or even the umpteenth time now that somebody makes it, even somebody with the chest as wide as the Jadenyoju, they beat him down to delete a Twitter post. Pastor Oyemade deletes controversial tweet amidst backlash from Peter Obi supporters. So this is the direction of travel now. It's just beating. Is beating as a political technique is what we are getting from the IPOBIAN support of Peter Obi. Why Peter Obi is silent amidst backlash on Pastor Poju Oyemade. Reno Omokri always chiming in, and he chimes in still. Why Peter Obi is silent amidst backlash on Pastor Poju Oyemade. Reno Omokri making the headline there. So what is in play there, we find out shortly. We find this out shortly as well. So this, a man that will never back down, this one this time around. 2023, why Peter Obi is not the best choice for Nigeria. Dino Melaye making the headline. So Dino, of course, nobody beats down Dino. He will say it as he feels it and stand by it. Why Peter Obi is not best choice for Nigeria. The comedian from Kogi, Dino Melaye. Still with Dino, Nigeria's problems beyond reduction of government costs, Dino tells Peter Obi. So that is the accusation often levied at the Obi narrative, that his storyline, though impressive, somewhat pedestrian, just rudimentary solutions to complex problems. This is what you get from Peter Obi's narrative. Nigeria's problems beyond reduction of governance cost. Somebody as empty-headed as Adino Melaye enlightened somebody that vaunts brilliance like Peter Obi. So there it is. But this is a space that he should tread with caution to enter. And it looks as though they're going too deep, and regret is a dish served cold. Peter Obi reacts as Northern Muslims condemn campaign poster on praying mat. So this is where they are now going now. The one thing, if there's any lesson that we've learned in Nigeria, is not to toy with the Northerners' religious followings, because they are beyond fervent, they are fanatical in their religious beliefs, and anything that even deems to cast any sort of dim light in that direction, they react in excess. We know that, and we've seen that repeat severally, copiously, and even recently. But the Peter Obi movement, they have no filter. This is just the issue. Peter Obi reacts as Northern Muslims condemn campaign poster on praying mat. So there it is right there. And that is where it starts to turn. That is where it will start to turn. Peter or Obi disowns Muslim praying mat with embossed portrait. So yeah, I don't know quite if these people are from a different planet or something. The one thing that you don't do with the Northerners is to toy with their faith. We know, we all know that, you know. So there's no such thing as free expression in the North. We know that, and there is no crossing that line of their faith. We know that. But then, of course, Obi disowns Muslim prayer mat with embossed portrait. So he's very quick to react to that, but not, of course, to the beating down of Pastor Poju. So Nigerians react as Peter Obi makes comment on his photo on praying mat. So we spend a lot of time in that space. So this is a storyline that we brought to you yesterday, and it looks as though it's petered out into nothing. Breaking: I did not hold any meeting with Wike in France. Tinubu opens up to clarify, but is this obfuscation? Is this a diversionary tactics? Is this look there, don't look here? I did not hold any meeting with Wike in France. The Jagaban of GBT clarifies. Well, quite what clarification you take from a dishonest man, you will reflect on that. We paid bandits 400 million naira to allow us to farm. Kaduna community leader. So that's just to document that space at the goings on in Nigeria. What whoever comes in 2023 is seeking to inherit. And we land on this. So you see, it's a plentiful menu. You will weep after Peter Obi's victory. Okoko slams critics. So I've been a critic, of course. Let me get my tissue ready and my handkerchief that are crying that Okoko is promising will be vested with Peter Obi's victory. I wonder if he, by converse, will weep when the guy is sent home with his tail between his legs. You will weep after Peter Obi's victory. Okoko slams critics. So there it is right there. Predictable commentaries from the man from wherever is he? Is he from Ogun State, even wherever he's from? Predictable commentaries. So there it is right there. A rich and diverse menu. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button. As you're coming in, click on like. And then having clicked on like, if you're not already subscribed, click on subscribe as well, because we want to ratchet up that space. We want to really push the subscription aggressively. So whether you find it offensive or not, you certainly spend enough time here. So we engage you mentally, whether it is to your taste what we say or not. The fact that we are forcing thoughts on you for you to reflect on what is being said is sufficient enough to say that it is some value to you. So that is now sufficient for you to click on the like button and the subscribe button. And if you want to come join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So this brings you to a studio space. If you are new to the space, I would give you priority and treat you gently. As you know, you get full expression here. Nobody is kicked off. The only reason why you will be removed is either if you are being disruptive, and you have, or more importantly, if you are using foul and abusive language. So that is just the one rule of this space. If you don't use foul and abusive language, you can say as controversial anything as you like, and you will stand or fall by your own words. But you are not going to be kicked out for having an opinion. No, just foul language. So freedom of speech in totality in this space. One man went to mow the eagle. Yes, one man went to mow. Should I just go straight into the readouts without playing another clip? Let me just go straight into the readouts because we labor too much sometimes in the preamble. So let me just go straight into the readouts. Peter Obi supporters attack Poju Oyemade over suggestive Twitter thread. Poju Oyemade, senior pastor of Covenant Christian Center, is currently under fire from supporters of Peter Obi, presidential candidate of the Labour Party, over his social media post. Oyemade is the host of the platform, which brings together resource persons to discuss matters affecting the nation. Obi was a frequent feature on the platform. On Thursday, Oyemade, in now deleted tweets, said youths must not waste their enthusiasm on a poorly planned project. Faith is not just blind belief or hoping for a miracle. Faith sees. Faith has her eyes opened and possesses the evidence upon which it builds its belief. Faith prepares long, sometimes for years, just as Joseph did for the years of famine. Faith counts the cost before embarking, he wrote. Without having real evidence upon which you are acting, nor preparation for the task, recognizing real obstacles that lie ahead, and making concrete plans, one is just being disillusional about the outcome. The enthusiasm of the youth must not be wasted on poorly planned projects. Noah spent months/years planning for the flood, and he was operating in faith. Jesus said no man goes to battle without taking stock first, nor lays the foundation of a tower without counting the cost first, lest he will be mocked. Our faith is intelligent. It doesn't live in denial. Although the clergyman did not mention any names, the tweets were seen as an attack on the youth movement of Peter Obi, sparking a backlash and fierce criticism. A Twitter user at Spotlight Abbey wrote, Pastor Poju Oyemade thought that by throwing in faith, works, and plan into the tweet, he could bamboozle us. Apart from tweaking the meaning of faith to suit his narrative, he scored an own goal when he equated the massive support for Peter Obi to a waste of youthful enthusiasm. So there it is right there. And there it is right there. They come after him thick and fast. Another Twitter user, it's either Pastor Poju Oyemade can't read the room, or he was sent on a fool's errand. So sent on a fool's errand, of course, you know, is been dollarized. Whichever one, he has exposed himself. Deleting tweet like Kabir won't save his reputation. The big masquerade has been unmasked by the children. So there it is right there. Thick and fast it comes. They sent Pastor Poju Oyemade. They sent Pastor Poju. The youth he tried to gaslight didn't buy into his gimmicks. He deleted the tweet, and their online emissaries are saying we bullied him. Nonsense. See, if you can't join us, please don't advise us. We won't waste our vote for Peter Obi. It no concern you. So here it comes, thick and fast still. Pastor Poju was called out for tweeting the word of God. He deleted the misleading tweet. Now, naysayers are attacking obedience for spotting an obvious deception by a so-called man of God who supported Buhari in 2015. This is no 2015. Religious banditry will not be tolerated. That's so another commentator comes in still. People like Pastor Poju will never understand that people follow Peter Obi because they are tired and frustrated. We are grasping for a candidate that seems to understand our plight. If you stand with a candidate that is part of our problem, then you are part of our problem. So on and on it goes in that theme, and it gets more vicious as it continues to come. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. And very swiftly, of course, the pastor asks, Pastor Oyemade deletes controversial tweet amidst backlash from Peter Obi supporters. So quite what the tweet has to do with Peter Obi, it says, don't waste your vote and follow blindly. So if you think that that is pointed at Peter Obi, then you are of the thought that you are wasting your vote and following blindly, because you can equally apply that to Showore, Tinubu, Atiku, etc. So don't be sold a fool's gold, is what he's saying. And there are many politicians out there. So why are people then cornering it to Peter Obi? So there it is. Pastor Poju Oyemade, the founder of the Covenant Nation, formerly the Covenant Christian Center, has taken down a tweet that stirred controversy after it was interpreted by citizens as a biased political comment. In a now deleted tweet, Oyemade advised Nigerian youths not to waste their enthusiasm on poorly planned projects. So, that's just an ambiguous statement, and that's a general statement as well. However, the tweet was calculated by supporters of Labour Party's presidential candidate Peter Obi as an attempt to portray their candidate Obi as unprepared for the 2023 general election. Other citizens who perceived the message as a veiled strategy to sell the All Progressives Congress APC presidential candidate and flag bearer Asiwaju Bola Tinubu were equally angry. Oyemade's words. So it goes on to give us those words which we have just read. So let's just see. And then it goes to the reactions. So we've taken the reactions. It says, this is the post that made us bully Pastor Oyemade this morning. This so-called cleric wanted to mislead millions of Nigerians. Pastor Poju is one I hold in very high esteem. However, I was deeply disappointed by that tweet, whether it is directed at Obedient or not. It just goes on and on. So it's the usual things that you get from that space. So on and on. Why? So this is now Reno Omokri, of course. He never misses an opportunity to chime in. Why Peter Obi is silent amidst backlash on Pastor Poju Oyemade? Reno Omokri throws in his 2 cents. Reno Omokri has tackled Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi over his silence amidst the backlash on senior pastor and founder of the Covenant Nation, Poju Oyemade. Correspondents earlier reported that Poju, in the post shared on the microblogging platform Twitter, spoke about the enthusiasm of youths, which, according to him, should not be wasted on poorly planned projects. Whilst referring to the scripture, the clergyman said no man goes to battle without taking stock first, nor lays the foundation of a tower without counting the cost, or else he will be mocked. So, although Poju did not mention Peter Obi's name in the tweets, many supporters inferred that it was directed at Peter Obi. So let's go to Reno Omokri. Reacting to this, Reno Omokri, in a post shared on Instagram, said no matter how angry the youths are, no matter how young the youths are, they should at least appreciate Poju for giving Obi the platform that brought him to the limelight. And by the way, Peter Obi for many years straddled the platform is a format that Poju Oyemade created to give space to opinion leaders to express and interact with a body of people. And Obi Peter has straddled that platform many times, and that has brought him to prominence, to this Twitter class, chattering class, the socialites and the young and up and coming. So he very much facilitated the emergence of Peter Obi. So just that for the record. Reacting to this, Reno Omokri, in a post shared on Instagram, said no matter how angry the youth are, they should at least appreciate Poju for giving Obi the platform that brought him to the limelight. According to Reno, the Labour Party presidential candidate is silent on the issue of Poju because it does not affect his popularity, unlike the Muslim prayer mat that threatened his popularity, he wrote. One reason Peter Obi became popular with a lot of social media savvy youths is because of the platform opportunity Poju gave him. Without that stage, he may not have risen to his current level. No matter how angry you are, at least appreciate Poju for that. This is the main issue with Peter Obi. The Muslim prayer mat issue threatened his popularity, he quickly spoke. But now his followers are attacking a man who gave him the platform that helped his popularity. He is silent because it does not affect his popularity. There are people who gave their backs to you as a step on your rise to national prominence. They saw potential in you before your newfound online loyalists saw it. And then when these people start to insult and threaten them, you keep quiet. Peter, remember those who met. Peter, remember those you met on your way up. you will also meet them on your way down. So this is Peter Obi now, the unraveling of. And so we'll get to the prayer mat in a minute, because I had the thought as well that it's quickly responded to the prayer mat, but it's now not responded at all to the attempts to behead this pastor that wasn't even critical of him. 2023, we got to this first. 2023, why Peter Obi is not the best choice for Nigeria. Dino Melaye. A former federal lawmaker, Dino Melaye, on Friday said Peter Obi, presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP, is not the best man to succeed President Muhammad Buhari in 2023. Correspondents report that Melaye, a top campaigner of Atiku Abubakar, presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party PDP, said although Obi is a good man, he lacks the capacity to unite Nigerians. So, anyway, well, I'll come to that in a moment. I celebrate you, Peter Obi, and I celebrate your movement for a new Nigeria. I want to advise you that your time is not now. I have listened to your arguments, and I can say that 90% of your campaign is dwelling on reducing the cost of governance. The problem of this country is beyond that. It is less than 1% of our national problem. What we need today in this country is to unify this country, Melaye said in a video post on his verified Facebook page. So he gives us actually a link to the video, which I might well just pull out and play to you at some point. You know Dino, he holds no bars. So that's Dino. All right. So yes, I'll pull that up and play to you at some point. So let me just. It's quite long actually, so I may well just screen share that. So let's go on to the next, and let's go to the northern space. So this is the yin to the yang of what happened to Pastor Oyemade, who Peter Obi has thrown to the wolves, but is quickly on his knees to the northerners. Peter Obi, let me see, where do I start this from? All right, let me start it from here. Peter Obi reacts as northern Muslims condemn campaign poster on a praying mat. So I may well share the screen for this, because this is sacrilege according to the North. This is sacrilegious according to the North. This is one of the things that the Northerners will not wear. And we all know this, by the way. So let me just share this, because this is sacrilege. Let me share this screen. All right, so there it is. Peter Obi reacts as northern Muslims condemn campaign poster on praying mat. So you can see the northern praying mat, of course. You can see the Muslim praying mat, I should say. But then you can see Peter Obi's picture embossed into the praying mat. So as they kneel to pray, then if these mats were in a row, so some of the people behind them will be praying almost in worship of Peter Obi. Sacrilege as far as the North is concerned. Sacrilege. So that's sacrilegious, and let's see then what the Northerners have to say. Former Anambra State Governor and presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has put out a disclaimer following a controversial campaign poster on a branded praying mat. This came after some northern Muslims via the microblogging platform Twitter criticized a support group of the Labour Party presidential candidate for branding a praying mat in a mosque with the politician's photo. According to them, it was wrong to hang anything portraying human or animal inside a mosque. So that's the backlash. So it says Muslim for Peter Obi, and this is what they have done. But then, of course, I think they don't know this line that they are crossing. So this is very quick, the backlash then. It says Mr. El Bonga is this one, almost exactly from Kano. So he's already getting the daggers ready. It says this is very wrong Islamically. I know Peter Obi supporters will justify this, but it is totally wrong to hang any picture portraying human or animal in the mosque. In a hadith, the prophet SAW, so that's Salala. I'm not going to attempt that because I don't actually know how to pronounce it. The prophet SAW said the angels don't enter any house in which there are pictures or statues. So this is the backlash from the north, and of course, the backlash from the north will come thick and fast. I can bet anything no Muslim one involved in the design of that mat. Else, they would have told you you can't put a picture on the mat. I hope you didn't produce many. So they'll be dishing this out in mosques, is what they're expecting. Reacting to the development, Peter Obi, in a tweet on Friday morning, disowned the campaign poster, adding that it was a misguided action by his support group. He pointed out that he will never mock any religion or ethnicity, as he is a profound as he has profound respect for the Muslim faith. The inclusion of my picture on the praying mat by a support group was misguided. Even with the best of intentions, it didn't emanate from my campaign team. I have deep respect for the Muslim faith and indeed for every other religion. We will never mock any faith, ethnicity, or gender. We are one Nigeria, PO, he wrote. So there it is right there. He quickly distances from that, of course, because he knows the repercussions of that. But is that distancing sufficient enough to douse that space? TikTok, TikTok, we find out soon enough. So TikTok, pardon me. So TikTok. So Obi disowns praying mat. So I think we've captured that already. So let me just go into this. So it says Obi disowns Muslim praying mat with embossed portrait. So I think that was captured in the previous readout. So let's come to this one. Nigerians react as Peter Obi makes comment on his photo on praying mat. So reactions have trailed Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi's comment over a viral photo of his picture on praying mat. Recall that the former presidential aide, Reno Omokri, posted a photo on Twitter yesterday showing some praying mats with campaign posters of Obi. Omokri, who is a Christian, condemned the act, stating that the image depiction on the praying mat is against Islamic ethics. He thereby cautioned supporters of the presidential hopeful against the act. Correspondents understand that the viral post has attracted a barrage of reactions. Correspondents understand that the viral post has attracted a barrage of reactions as some northern Muslims, via the microblogging platform, criticized the support group of the Labour Party presidential candidate. They further backed Omokri's claim, saying it was wrong to hang anything portraying a human or animal inside a mosque. Reacting to the development, Obi, in a tweet on Friday morning, disowned the campaign poster, adding that it was a misguided action by his support group. So I'm not going to read out what he wrote, but let me just, because I've just read it out, but let me skip on to the reactions. See some reactions that followed below. Reacting, popular journalist David Hundeyin said, Obi should stop trying to play the defensive game when he should be on the offensive. He tweeted, "Dear PO, please stop apologizing on behalf of your base. You are playing defense when you should be playing offense. Less, it wasn't me. Less, it wasn't me. More campaigning, please. This is a non-issue." Another citizen, Bishmark, always apologizing for nothing, I beg, rest. People did something out of the abundance of their hearts. If the efforts can't be appreciated, then good and fine. All these apologies will only weaken the zeal of people that support you. So they're saying you should have doubled down on it. On his part, Kelechi admonished Obi to hire some experts to handle his campaign to avoid getting more backlash, he said. Obama had a unit in the campaign headquarters that supervised and trained volunteer groups. Bring some organization and structure to your campaign, sir. The idea of unskilled and untrained volunteers running around the place is not good. A volunteer first strategy isn't it. So yes. With due respect, wait until 2027, 2031. He never reach your turn. Focus on your business and do not forget the next cash and carry needs to be rebuilt. So that is his business complex that was burnt down in Abuja. I can't afford to be going shop right every time. Uh, Speaking on other matters, so that's pretty much the reaction to. So we just abandoned that right there. So we go then to this story that we covered yesterday. We only got about a couple more, and then we're coming to the room to see who's there to take it on. I didn't hold any meeting with Wike. This is Tinubu now. Back to real politics. Presidential candidate of the ruling All Progressives Congress (APC), Ashwaju Bola Tinubu, has disclaimed reports of a meeting between him and opposition governor of Rivers State, Yemsin Wike, in France ahead of the 2023 general elections. Tinubu had recently flown to France in what his handlers said was a continuation of high-level engagement with stakeholders. However, a chieftain of the party in Lagos, Joe Igwekwe, had been quoted by a section of the media as confirming a meeting between the duo. On Friday night, the Tinubu media office, in a statement signed by Tunde Rahman, said although the APC standard bearer holds Governor Wike in high esteem, such a meeting never took place. He said, Asiwaju Tinubu's supposed meeting with Governor Wike in France is fake news. Part of the statement reads, we have seen a viral social media post made by one of the chieftains of the All Progressives Congress in Lagos State and media reports emanating from the same about a supposed meeting in France between the APC presidential standard bearer Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu and His Excellency Governor Yemsin Wike of Rivers State. It has become imperative to set the record straight. Although Asiwaju Tinubu is presently in France, he did not have any meeting with Governor Wike, whether in that country or anywhere whatsoever. This, however, does not detract from the fact that the APC presidential candidate holds Governor Wike in high esteem. And given the national and across-party lines appeal of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu's candidature, he will not hesitate to meet any important national leader when desirable. As made public earlier, Asiwaju Tinubu is in France for some important engagements. He will return to the country shortly. We would like once again to advise journalists to always cross-check their information with appropriate officers before rushing to press to avoid unintended errors, Rahman counseled. So there it is right there. A denial, but not equivocal. So is that an equivocal denial? I wonder. We paid bandits 400 million naira to allow us our farm, Kaduna community. So this is the realness of the Nigerian space. A community leader in Benin Gwari Emirate of Kaduna State, Abdul Rauf, has revealed that farmers in the area paid about 400 million naira to bandits in order to be allowed to carry on with their farming activities. Abdul Rauf disclosed this in an interview with journalists in Kaduna on Thursday. The community leader, who is a former broadcaster with DW Radio, said about 200 million naira was paid to bandits by communities in Randigi district. He said 200 million was paid to bandits in Randigi district alone. When you talk about Benin Gwari local government area as a whole, it's between 300 million to 400 million paid to these bandits. According to him, the communities contribute money to pay the bandits during pre-farming season, mid-season, and when the crops begin to yield. There are 3 stages of paying these type of taxes. So this is it. This is and it's a taxing system, and it's not peculiar to Kaduna. We've heard the narrative in Borno, we've heard it in Sokoto. So it's really there's a pseudo government within the northern space that is more direct to the people, and they are paying their tax to that government, which is the government that actually provides them with the security cover they need. That government, of course, the bandits. There are 3 stages of paying these type of taxes to these bandits. You have to pay pre-season, mid-season, when the crops are about to start yielding. You will pay these bandits because they will not allow you to have access to your farm. Then, at the end of the season, when you are harvesting, you will give these bandits money before you access your farm. And when you access your farm after paying these taxes, they will now tell you that apart from giving them money, you will give a ratio of 2 bags to 10 of all assorted grains. For the past 3 years, this is what the Beningwari people have been enduring, and we are now in a state of hopelessness and frustration. He described the payment as one of the measures taken by residents of the communities to defend themselves from bandits. The community leader also disclosed that the residents are ready to take up arms to defend themselves. Randigi is one of the areas where these bandits have their route through Zamfara to Niger State. Yesterday, the people of Randigi confronted these bandits who tried to overrun Randigi, a farming community, and they succeeded in dislodging these bandits. So I think our people are now ready if government cannot perform its constitutional function. He added, when people are frustrated, they will now look at the best option for themselves, which is to arm themselves if the government cannot protect them. Abdul Rauf warned that the situation could lead to food scarcity if not addressed. If something is not done, we are going to have a food crisis. Beningwari used to produce at least 700 metric tons of assorted grains, but now people cannot access their farms. There are many cases since the beginning of this rainy season that people are being abducted on their way to the farm, and even the cattle they use for farming are being collected from them, he said. So there it is right there. So that is the reality of the Nigerian situation. So this now the last readout, and we're back to Peter Obi again. You will weep after Peter Obi's victory, Okupe slams critics. Former presidential spokesman Dr. Donyo Okupe has faulted those claiming that the Labour Party has no structure to win a presidential election. In a tweet on Friday, Okupe predicted that the Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi would win the 2023 election. Okupe, whose name was submitted to the Independent National Electoral Commission as Obi's running mate, noted that those mocking us will weep when Obi wins the presidential election. He said, many who deride and mock us that we have no structure will weep and gnash their teeth when Obi is elected president in 2023. These folks underestimate the power of a youthful population who have resolved irrevocably to take their country back, and also the network of Nigeria Labour Congress and its affiliates. Labour Party is the fastest growing political party in Nigeria. A nationwide survey shows the influx of about 100,000 new members daily, not counting those who just became obedient on their own, waiting to vote Peter Obi as president. Nigerians join the winning team and become obedient today. This came hours after a former senator representing Kogi West Senatorial District, Dino Melaye, told Obi that the time is not ripe for him to be president of Nigeria. Melaye, who made the appeal in a video on his verified Facebook page on Friday, asked Obi to wait for his time. I celebrate you, Peter Obi, and your movement for a new Nigeria. I celebrate the conscientization of the Nigerian youth and the public. But I want to advise you that your time is not now. You are a great Nigerian. I salute your political and intellectual sagacity. You are one Nigerian. I know tomorrow there is a space for you, but today, let us forget the social media drama. Let us forget the diaspora euphoria, he said. So diaspora euphoria, and that is the new term now for the obedient movement. Diaspora euphoria, that is certainly the presence on this space. So diaspora euphoria, D King, I see you. Diaspora euphoria, Moses, I see you. Thomas, I see you. Thomas, I see you. Emmanuel, I see you. Baba T joins us this time around. So, Baba T, I see you. Uh, Ovie, Whiskey, Umagbade, I see you. Joel, please mute yourself. But I see you too. Uh, so I see you, gentlemen. So good to have you all. So good to have you all, gentlemen. Let me prep myself. So good to have you all, gentlemen. Let me just clear that up. So good to have you all. So Ovie, let me kick it off with you then, because I think you actually came in first. So I'll do it in that sequence, and then I'll just run it through. So Ovie, let me kick it off with you then. So plenty to discuss, but we kick it off first with this somewhat unfair drama that is going on around the pastor that is Poju Oyemade. Have you been following it, and what are your thoughts on it?
I think there are three things the obedience don't understand about politics. One, the obedience don't know the difference between people like me, you, and Pastor Kweju. People like me, I don't have followers. You can attack me, cost me, whatever. I only have one vote at best. Same thing with the one man. You have a platform, but your platform is not a cult. It's not. It's not. You cannot tell your people that watch it should go this way and they will follow too. So it's a platform for different opinions. But people like Peju, they have hardcore followers. Those are the people you count on to produce the blog votes that we are talking about. If Peju have 1 million churchgoers, if you say go and vote for this person, I guarantee 80 to 90% of those will do exactly what the man said. So regardless of what people like that says, you don't attack them. Apart from the fact that, you remember, I always praise Obi, his ability for him to stay in the discourse, the discourse of the front national matter up to this point, despite the fact that he's been out of office since 2014. It was people like Peju that give him platform that make him stay relevant up to date, if not no other platform. So a man that has that kind of influence, not just among the Christendom, but nationally, whatever he says, you don't attack him. Let's say, okay, whatever he's saying is being biased, he has ulterior motive or whatever. It's irrelevant at this point. Two, when I keep saying that Obi doesn't have constituency, people say, Obi cannot link claim to the Nigerian youth because they don't have numbers. They don't have numbers. You cannot tell the obedience are 501 million. So people like Peju are the people that you have to run to. Even when the race starts, even the people like Ashiwaju, Atiku, Ponkoso, who are hardcore, who are Muslim, they will still come to church for a reason, because that man has the ability to deliver at least 1,000 votes, block votes. You don't attack people like that. And if you pay attention, if they are paying attention very well, they will see Bola Tinubu is actually making move into that area already, the Christendom. I think last week or 2 weeks ago, it's a known fact that Bola Tinubu owns LTV. Journalist Hangout, TVC, sorry. Journalist Hangout, a very famous program in that platform, took their camera to go and meet the other pastor, Ade Farasi. They sit with him for an hour, have a conversation. What does that tell you? They don't go meet and already come. Please, we need you and your people. That is what I expect Obi to be doing, rather than attacking these people that can actually authoritatively say, okay, I get 1,000 votes for Obi. Today, no Nigerian youth they shout Obi, they obedient can say, oh, I will lead 100 people to obedience. No, that's why I keep saying that. In as far Obi cannot lay claim to this obedience in Nigerian youth, he doesn't have a constituency, but people don't believe me. The people that you can count on, everybody is believing that, oh, Obi now obedient Christian, the Christian will follow. Then you are going after a man that don't just have youth at his beck and call, doesn't have his own traditional followers. He's one of the most prominent minister in Nigeria. So what do you think the other men of God of his caliber will be thinking? If
you say Ovie, that pastor Poju Oyemade, he's actually at the epicenter of this social media type of person. So that is their church. That is their man. He's young, he's funky, he's educated, he's social media, and that is church is actually Twitter, Instagram. You know, that's so he is at the heart of that space that is propelling the Peter Obi ding dong.
And there is every probability that Poju will have his yearly platform again this year. And people like Obi who are traditional member of that platform, because he always give them him to come and take the nation. How do you expect him to appear on that platform come any moment he has to fly this platform this year? So the obedience don't understand politics yet. Just like I've been saying, my task is you think say you strong until they punch you for face. They know they don't even follow history. Not long distance, they should learn from what happened to Showore. 4 years ago, Showore was the man. Home and abroad, every youth they chant Showore. Election, what happened? They give him 35,000. Everybody no calm down. If they are learning from history, therefore don't they put their numbers together now? I expect them to say, okay, this state we get so amount of youth following up. But they don't have that. You know that what they leave it open for every money bag out there, they come in and just slash them. So if you don't know who to attack and who to just withdraw back, that's a big problem. You can attack a person like me, anybody that can be individual, you can attack them, but not a man who, or you can claim that I have 1 million votes. Because you can say I have 1 million votes, and it's vote cut across the nation, because that platform is not just for Christian. You don't know, it's for the Southern and alone. It's for the whole nation. Muslim, Christian, everybody they come there to deliver speech. And that is the only man in Nigeria that I know that yes, it's actually doing something the right way. But when they attack him, so I don't understand.
And the attack, by the way, is somewhat unfair. So he's inviting that the youth, they should be a bit more nuanced and educated in how they point their vote, and not vote with enthusiasm or get swept up in propaganda. It wasn't exactly pointing, it was just sensitizing that this time around, be cautious. But in one of the commentaries under some of the that I read out, somebody was saying that what Peter Obi is using is a bank of volunteers that are untrained, and they are somewhat unguarded, they're somewhat wild, and that's why I call them Ipobian somewhat, because it's the same texture of that Nnamdi Kanu, just visceral, fierce, blood-fanged, just claw and slash at everything, sort of, and the backlash will come. The backlash is already coming over here.
Yes, I think that leads to my next point. When we say structure, that's exactly what we are telling me. If Obi has structure, he would have been able to guide his followers. Somebody would have sprung on and speak on behalf of them instead of all of them. But because the structure is not there to put this into perspective, you are bound to be seeing people like things like this happening. And again, whether Obi was a former governor or not, Poju is the foundation of the new Obi that we are seeing today. Poju and his platform build Obi for what Obi is today. Una will just jump into the bandwagon like yesterday night. Una won't destroy his foundation. So I don't understand where are they actually really helping this man? Because just because you get PVC will work against you when it comes that day. Because I said it, out of 10 obedient, 4 to 5 of them will be disenfranchised, either by violence, either whatever, it will happen. Then you are left with 5 or 6. 3 and 2 of those people no go come out and vote. 1 of those people they abroad. So you get like 2 out of 10, now only 2 original people, and now you they see for street. So, but again, they are everywhere because they don't have structure. So it's just sad that the man where a man as he as is, I mean, even all his rhetoric is one politician that I respect, that it doesn't need to attack the government or attack anybody, use vile language before his love. That is a bit trademark. But why would not come they follow him the opposite direction? I don't understand. But again,
Ipobians, isn't it? Is there Ipobians?
No, they should learn from history. It don't happen before. This is not future. Showore was everywhere 4 years ago. Oh man, abroad, everybody did Showore. Even though Showore was very foul.
You can't compare Showore with Obi.
No, leave that.
There you go.
Just leave that.
Nobody's comparing them.
Leave
I'm
that.
just
Why
telling
can you
you what
not? Of
happened.
course you can. Why can you not compare them? You can.
Okay.
They are in the same space.
So I am just telling you how the politics system work. It doesn't matter all these shouts where you dey shout. If you guys cannot say, oh, we are 500 in Lagos, we are 1,000. You dey see women they declare every day. Or women go say, oh, I will give so party 500 votes. That is legit because they can actually count their members. However they are, that they could deliver. When we dey talk structures, structures mean by anybody wey dey your village can boast to say, okay, my party, I will deliver my village. Does it mean there are no youth in that village that they don't believe in that man? No, but because he know the people wey in the service, year in, year out, month in, month out. On that day, regardless of what they will follow him. Those are structures. But when people will just jump into the arena, begin make noise, I don't know where they are going. Because again, what Poju said and what Baba Tunde Fashola said, what is the difference? Baba Tunde Fashola say, don't vote with hunger. Everybody is hungry. It's not just the youth, the old women, everybody is angry the way Nigerian situation is. And at this point, thank God we have seen what PDP did, what APC did. So that hunger is to all these people. So you are not, you know, they be where I did here. So I am not happy that I have to leave my village, cross Atlantic Ocean, just to come and live in another man's land. I'm not. So you are not more angrier than me. You are not more Nigerian than I am. But
do you think the second error is the one that's been highlighted by Reno Omokri? Just shocked that Peter Obi has not quickly leapt to the defense of this pastor to say no. Caution your words. This is one of us. Why has he not come to the defense of the pastor? Because
at this point, he has finally realized that the only people that are actually rooting for him are these same people. So he has never found himself in this position before. So I think he's being careful to say something. Because as I said, that Poju is more important than the all Akpobians to Obi. It comes to 2023. So he don't know how to where he go appease the people where they shout, or he go caution the man himself. Again, this is where the structures comes in. Where are his surrogate? He doesn't have surrogate because this is what people are saying. He's using a team of untrained volunteers who are essentially from the Ipobian cause. He don't get money to get surrogates. It takes this is the structure. This is politics. This is what we'll be talking about. Say you don't have structure. Only you they do this. How long can you keep going? When you say them people like Tinubu, they just cheat, they send surrogate. No, they know sabi talk. Because these men are veterans, they understand the game. And people when no one or two things go, they try to advise them, they will take them as if now offense. Now only PVC you get. You don't belong to any organization. You don't belong to any voting block. You just get PVC. PVC will go work against you on 2023. So it's just so sad. But for me, I'm not. They should keep going like that. You understand? They should keep going. All right, okay. We are still.
But I have questions though. Can I ask questions?
No. I want Ovie to just have the space to. I want us to be a bit more orderly this time around. But ask
no,
the
like one question.
Yeah.
Just a single question. I'll ask one question.
All right.
Okay, Ovie. Sorry, in 2015, what's the difference between this enthusiastic this thing that is happening now and 2015? What's the difference?
2015, Obi was not the candidate.
Hold on, where are you going to with that? Take him to where you want to.
I know where he's going. He was going because 2015, Poju was actually in support of Obi, right?
I'm not talking about personality. I'm not talking about personality. I'm talking about the youth, the campaigning. You know, in 2015, during the time of Goodluck and Buhari. So, will you compare what is happening now to that time?
No.
Why not? It's the same enthusiasm, but pointed. You remember they were telling us under Buhari that they will even vote for NEPA bill. So it's the same.
Yeah, but no, why I say it's different. I remember when the very first day I started coming to this platform, I said something on our politics. Why? Because come 2023, there's going to be a new sheriff in town. The incumbent is not contesting. So it's different. The atmosphere is quite different from 2015. 2015, Goodluck is still on it, or still on the bylaw. So it's a different. Now you have 4 different people who are very sophisticated in their own right way. So it's different. That's why they see all this violence, all this stuff, because every one of them is pulling string. There's nothing that happened in Nigeria in terms of violence killing that you cannot trace politically. Everybody is supposed to say, okay, now me, this is my turn, now my turn with this, now me, I'm the best, I do this, I do this. That's the difference. And that is what these people, obedient, they fail to realize or fail to understand.
That is based on the insults, based on the clashes of the Buhari supporters.
Are you telling me that Obi followers are more violent or more radical than Tinubu's followers? No, they are not. But they are calm because the war never even starts. No obedience.
Emmanuel, have you not noted? So this is to you, Emmanuel, because you've opened up. So Emmanuel, have you not noted that all we are hearing in the political space at the moment is Peter Obi's voice? We've not heard Atiku's voice, and we've not heard Tinubu's voice. Yeah. We're not even hearing Kwakwanso's voice that much. Have you noted that, Emmanuel? And if you have, what are you attributing that to?
Yeah, I've noticed that, but not that we are not hearing from the camp of Tinubu and Atiku. Is Dino Melaya not from Atiku end? And Reno Mokri? Are they not from that end? They are from that end. You understand? Not that we are not hearing it, but what the obedient don't want to hear is that when you don't come to their camp and try to gaslight them or say something that does not align with their thoughts. That's only. It's just like this evening now. A lady from Southeast, I've forgotten her name. She was openly saying that we cannot do anything. We cannot win in Southeast. So if you go to the Facebook, they're already bullying the woman out of.
And that is wrong.
This is where we are going. Anyway, like I said, we are ending it in 2 weeks. So don't worry.
If I say you cannot do this, prove me wrong, not by attacking me. This is the thing. So why you are not hearing from those people directly? Because they are experienced. They've been there before. They know how it is. So they
don't consider Peter Tinubu or Atiku. They don't consider that the campaigning has started. Tinubu will consider that the campaigning has started. If he starts to hear Atiku's voice, then he will come out. Or if Atiku hears Tinubu's voice, he will come out.
And when they talk
they are not, they don't consider that anything is going on yet. The children are playing in the garden, is what they are saying. Yeah.
So when we talk about
sorry, I think Babati wants to chime in. Babati, did you want to come in?
Well, I was going to say that, and when the big boys come to the party, they will drown out the Labour Party's voice, and that will also put the so-called youth movement to a test, because when the money starts to flow, I want to see that loyalty still stay with Obi. Now there's no money flowing right now. Nobody's saying anything. But once I see actually be money flowing, all these campaign promises, that will test the true loyalty of the so-called mob. So let's just wait for it.
And when that money comes in, Ovie, that money will buy up all the all the media spaces, social and otherwise. And no matter how loud they'll be, it will just be a voice in the distance.
Because those platforms are in their business.
I don't think so. What people are predicting is going to happen. I don't think so.
Just don't run away. Don't make sure you're here when it happens.
Let me give you a reason why it will be like that.
Just don't tell me that you don't think so. Give us the reason why. That's why I have issues with your movement.
Do you know why? Oh yeah, let me give you a reason.
There you go.
Let me give you a reason why. I will use myself as an example. I'll just use myself as an example. So in my whole life, I'm 31 years this year. I've never voted in my whole life, right? So when they brought all the candidates out, that's when I pushed to go and get my PVC, right? So when I got my PVC, it took me several weeks to get my PVC with all the hustle and all stuff like that, clean under the sun, stuff like that. So there is no way you will come with your 100,000 naira, giving to me 100,000 naira to suppress me, not to vote my candidate. I will collect it from you. I'm talking from my own personal, from my angle, right?
Yes.
Because we know you're raising now the youth as far as you are to 18 years, because I saw one boy of 18 years say that other Nigeria are going to find country to go and stay. Why can't we make our country better? A 18 years boy that he wants to vote a candidate that will make their country, another country people
Don't
will
worry
be coming
about
to
all that.
Nigeria.
Now, just listen.
So,
With all due respect,
you,
with all due respect,
that's
all I hear here is a voice of somebody who is naive. You have one PVC.
Settle down.
No, that's not an insult now.
Yeah,
that's not an insult.
Yeah.
What you have is your PVC. Your PVC will always count when you are putting it together in the midst of 10, 20, 30 other people who are completely on ground. Only you go police or go van. So what? But we are talking about bond. So that's what we're talking about structure. Yes. So if your biggest structure or this youth, this so-called obedient are together, now only one person that goes sent to go respond to Poju. No, everybody just go like that. Only one person. That's how.
How many times have they done that in political line? How many times have they done that? I just tell you to compare.
Again, they just use Obino as an example.
During the time of Goodluck and Buhari campaign, they were even constructing coffee and stuff like that. So how many that they send delegates to go and appeal to the other parties? So what are you people saying as if this is the first time we are seeing campaigning or election coming up? This has been happening. Is it the first time they are doing this kind of thing? Is it the first time? It's coming from the Tinubu camp. It's coming from the Atiku camp. Where is it not coming from? So what are people doing as if it's only from Peter camp it's coming from?
Which group do you belong to? How many are you in numbers?
The group I belong to Take by Niger, and we are over. For now, we're about 500,000.
Oh, so, come on, that's a lie. That's a lie, right? Why do you do that now? Don't do that now.
See, Mona just listed.
I'm not telling you. I said Take Back Niger group.
So what? Hold on, Ovie. One group alone commands 500,000 people. Is that what you've just said? You see, this is
that I'm telling you. Yes, that's the group we have.
One group. So
one man.
So
one man.
One group.
One man. One man. You know, one man, listen. You know that one man million match. One man. Wait, let me ask you a question. One man, listen. That's 1 million match for Obi. Do you know who organized it?
No, I don't know who organized it, but I covered it. I covered it in 5 states, and not once did I count 20 people in any match. Usually 5-6 people. We covered
one man. What are you saying?
We covered it here.
Just listen. Without listening, we know they condemn now. They are just trying to say
one man. You say it's 5 persons. 1 million match for B. You say it's 1 person. 5 persons.
We covered it in Kogi. We covered it in Ekiti. We covered it in Jos. We covered it in Kaduna. We covered it in Lagos. We did.
Again, no politician will come to you and offer you 10,000 for because you get one PVC. Don't it happen? Instead, they will target that to leader, take it back to Nigeria, give her like 1 billion. War don't start for that, can't be that. That's how they do it. Now, what will begin fight between themselves for 1 billion?
All right, Obi, let me move you. let me move you on, but still staying with Peter Obi. But now this because like somebody was saying that is essentially a bank of untrained volunteers. And this really, they are entering dangerous territory now. And he responds to this. So they've embossed Peter Obi. So before you comment, I'll read out this super chat. But let me land the point to you first. They've embossed Peter Obi's image, his campaign poster, on praying mats, and they've put it in mosques. So the Northerners are saying, please don't do this, and we don't joke with that. So that line is a line that we know in Nigeria not to cross. So what are you then making? Because you've seen the images, but Peter Obi quickly distances himself from it. But that has never satiated. We saw what happened to Deborah in Sokoto. So what are you making then of this crossing the line of embossing Peter Obi's campaign poster on praying mats rather in mosques?
Again, it's still lack of understanding of the game at play. Nigeria is divided, let me not say evenly, let's say 45% Muslim, 45% Christian. Now only like 10% NB people who don't believe in these two religions. So an Obi who is a staunch Christian, who majority of because they're going to come from Christian, you they install Poju, you they go find trouble for mosques. Where the vote all come from? Now, Babalawo like me will vote for you. I don't understand. So again, now see the same naivete, now see the player. No, Babatunde, I advise you guys, don't vote with anger. You have to be very calculated. If not, your vote will work against you. This is a game. So big gra. You know, will solve anything. Insult everybody because again, one more point something when campaign don't start, we no go get platform again. That is true because people where they really vote, let's face it, people where they really vote, now channels, LTV, Arise and they watch. They know they watch people like me and you. And guess what? By the time the money begin flowing into channels because they are business-oriented people, they are there to make profit, and this is their season. By the time APC and PD begin drop billions for ATA, drop billion for all these people, guess what? Obi no go even, you no go see Obi face for TV again. You won't see him. And where he supposed to get small mouth, now be church, platform like Poju Church.
And you know the social media is actually led by mainstream media.
Yes.
I mean, take this platform for instance. We read out the newspapers and then we discuss what is the topic of the day. So if they overwhelm the mainstream media space and then they buy up just about 10, 20 social media influencers at the top, you will struggle to hear. You will be going to some interior corner to hear that there's still somebody called Peter Obi. That is when the real politics starts.
Yes. And again, make una go listen or study what's his name? This guy will run for presidency under Democrats in America. One Chinese guy with no mask. He don't start his own party now. The guy say when he go for the primary, the caucus now, he understand that people that actually vote at that level, now only CNN and Fox then they watch. They don't even know and they cannot relate with him. That's exactly what will happen to Obi. People when they vote, don't be me and you, and they talk and say, out of 10 Obi followers, now only 2 or 3 people will reach that polling booth.
Obi, do you even know what is interesting?
What?
Who owns TVC? Tinubu, right?
Yes.
By the time they begin, they will forget, TVC will forget Obi now. AIT
That's what we are saying. That's what we are saying. All these major channels, they are all money-oriented business centers.
I don't even know why they will forget him now.
The only place where you forget small mouth now be all those churches. Peju is his foundation.
Because people like
Arise television can't forget to be in this generation.
Dr. Abati, Ruben Abati was a Goodluck Jonathan spokesman.
Yes.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Apart from that, when you see say Buhari grant interview to channels and Arising, what does that tell you? They have covered them. Now billions they will drop. These people are business centers. They are channels, LTV that are set up to make profit.
Okay, I like the way you make yourself feel so good.
I know it's not me, but I'm just telling you the reality.
Keep talking, but you see, I mean, it's okay to believe yourself. The reality is that
I am not speaking for myself. I'm speaking to what is out there.
Obi does not live on those TV channels you're talking about.
Now, see when I say naivete, this is what we are talking about. How can you take media out of democracy? Party politics. How you go promote media? How?
Ovi, in their minds.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Obi will continue to be in the discourse because look, let me tell you, those people you're talking about, no matter how much you give them, right? I will tell you something that happened in the United States during Trump time, right? It was more or less like, you know, the media, 92% of the media hated him, right?
Yeah.
He used to be a Democrat. When he was a Democrat, he was everybody's friend. Then immediately he went into the Republican Party. The whole TV turned against him. Now Trump said something. Trump said, "Every publicity is good publicity."
Yes.
Whatever thing you're doing to stay in the news, whether for good or bad reasons, right, is good.
Yes.
That's the reason why today. Forget about the billions they're talking about. Yeah, if you put in the billions, what the billions will do is that it's going to make you talk about the other person. But the thing there is that when you are talking about the other person and you're not getting the viewership, you see, there's always a balance in life. right? They can pay you as a TV channel, but at the same time, the people themselves will be like, you know what? I don't want to watch you. Then you leave off your viewership as a TV channel. No, I'm just telling you what's going on, right? That's how you get your rating, right? So you want people to tune in because that is how you get your advert and all that. That's how you calculate your advert. So if people are not watching you, you always go and get the news where the people want to watch, and that's what's happening today because they know that if you look when P2B appeared on Rufaya's page. On Rufaya's radio broadcast, right? What happened? For the first time, Rufaya went up to about 500K in views to 1 million, right? So the thing there is, whether we say he lives on social media, I don't know who are those that are watching on social media, whether we say that or we look at those on the streets trying to get their PVC.
You want to trade, just mention.
Can I respond to that, please?
Of the people.
Let me tell you,
Obi is going to be the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Let me tell you where.
Okay, sorry. Respond to that, and then I'll move on to Babati.
Let me tell you where you are wrong. As a business person, you are there to make profit. If you give channels money, do you think they care if you watch them or you don't watch them? They will just the play person will give them money advice. You watch, you know what you they've collected their profit. Now again. You dey hear Obi now, Rufai they give him employable because as I said, campaign never start. When it start, money begin flowing. Everybody go forget Obi. Why? Because he's stingy.
No. You are still. Look, let me tell you something. I think you're just sitting on the head of the Nigerian youths, and you are also acting like the country Nigeria does not affect you. And that is a wrong perspective. That's the wrong way of looking at things. 2023 is different. Obi did not just come out of the blues. Obi, the reason why Obi, the people are pushing for Obi is because of the state of the nation. It has gone so bad.
You just joined.
Whoever.
Let's cut it short. It's like you just joined. Everybody is angry in Nigerian situation, including those abroad. Everybody. Not be only obedient.
So that's the reason why.
So listen now, calm down. Not be only obedient.
Obi should be your natural. Obi should be your natural person or candidate. There's no way. Who do you want to trust? You want to be with APC? APC has been there for the past 7 years. What have they done? They have plunged us more into hardship. PDP, what have they done for us? I mean, PDP.
Obi is PDP now. It was Obi not PDP. What are you talking about?
Well, he was in PDP. He was in PDP
until 2 months ago.
Yes, he left.
So and let's not forget the reason why. If you are saying PDP is the problem, it was there for 10 years.
My mama say,
let's not forget the reason why he left PDP.
He was there for 10 years.
Yes, let's not forget the reason why he left PDP. He said he's not going to play money politics. He's not going to play.
Okay, what was he doing for 10 years? What was he doing for 10 years?
That took him 10 years to
just
come on, man. Listen to an idiot now. We are not idiots.
My mama say, who they cry, they see road. They suffer because of Nigeria. No means I don't know the reality of things. At best, Obi is a politician, like every one of them. At best, he is a politician. It's after his self-acclamation. I always use Abraham Maslow hierarchy of needs as an example. The top one is what? Self-actualization. You think he actually care about you and me? No!
He does. No, they are not the same. Stop making blanket statements.
Can I finish?
It's not right.
Can I finish? Labour Party, now 3 things constitute Labour Party. Those that founded that party, they have reason why they founded that party. They don't feel let them go. The other interests, like people like Pat Otomi, who led some other group into that party, then Obi will come by himself. These are 3 elements. As we speak, there is cohesion within that. There's a confusion within that party because those will come, they come. We don't come here believing that we are going to win the presidency. We won't go close as far as we can. You understand? Okay, how are you going to feel if you wake up tomorrow and say Obi don't join another political party? What are you going to do? You think it's not possible? These men, after yourself. Forget all this
Let me
one.
tell you something. I have had the argument about defection from one party to the other. Now,
Yes.
I keep asking us this question. I keep asking every one of us, which
Yes.
of the Nigerian party has an ideology?
It does-
So
oh
we have
my
got,
God, you are getting it
hold on.
Yes.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you, which of the Nigerian party have an ideology? I will tell you,
What is Labour Party ideology?
no.
Let me answer now. You asked a question. SDP does. They've had that thing since 1992. It's still there. It's still the same. It's still the same manifesto. It's still there. So
What is Labour Party ideology, please?
Mr.
Which is the Labour Party ideology?
Ovie, the thing there is that the Labour Party, we all know
Answer
what
the
Labour.
question. What is the Labour Party ideology? I want to
let
know
me
if
tell you
it's there for
something.
PDP or
I keep,
APC.
see, let me tell you. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this, right? The ideology is simple. The ideology is simple. They are just there. They are just there to take care of the labor force and, by extension, take care of other Nigerians, making sure that every Nigerian that comes into the labor force, it is just look. Let me tell you. Let me tell you something. See.
Who Atiku want to take care of?
You say?
Who Atiku
Because they don't have ideology. Because they don't have ideology.
What is the ideology now?
Hold on, Joel. Peter Obi joined PDP in 2014, and then he left about 6 weeks ago. So did it take him all that time period to know that the politics in PDP stinks?
It might have taken him that long. Some people act fast. Some people act fast. Some people act fast. Some people act slow. But the thing is this:
what are you doing?
Labour Party ideology is centered around welfare, right? And Obi is a capitalist. Does that ring a bell? Does that ring a bell? A socialist and a capitalist, does that ring a bell?
America is a capitalist nation. America is a capitalist nation, but we still have some socialist program. That is my point. That is why you don't get it.
Also, yes. APC and PDP no get socialist program. They don't have.
To share you right with the candidate picture. That's the social. That's the social aspect of them.
If you say Obi a founding member of Labour Party, I will follow you have this discussion. Obi na pass by.
Obi. This is the thing. If Obi's had been talking about changing our country from being a consumption nation to a productive nation. At the bottom, hold on, can I finish? At the bottom of all this is still labor. Just get it. It is just simple. So it still aligns with what he is doing. We are just trying to make up something, you know.
I am a student of history. Listen, let me tell you the history of Labour Party and Labour in general. Who make Labour? Who is the most successful Labour leader in Nigeria? My uncle, quote unquote. Oshomole.
Is your uncle Mimiko?
He's the most successful Labour leader. Listen, where he end up. Guess what? Labour Party no be new party. They have produced a state governor before in the person of Mimiko.
Mimiko, I know.
Yes. So Obina pass by. They just say, "Oh, God, stop here, I beg. We need this your noise. We need that for now to achieve our aim." Not even
good and fine. It's still a strategy, right?
It's a strategy. A strategy of who? Of the Labour Party owner of Obi. Listen, which strategy is it? Of the Labour Party owner of Obi.
For both sides, for both of them. For both of them, it's a strategy. You come together, NPC did it with CPC, they came together and they produced Buhari, right? It's a strategy.
All right, thank you. So we'll come to you in a moment, Joel, but thank you, V. Just, I don't know, if I don't put a stop to it, you'll probably just carry on. But let me go on from you, V, and let me go instead to Babati. But before I come to you, Babati, let me acknowledge your super chat. It says, and maybe you want to straddle this as you come in, Babati. It says, if Obi loses, will his supporters still want one Nigeria, or will it be chaos? So will they go back to the trenches and start the, Biafra something? So because they've paused their Biafra to come and seize Nigeria. So when they fail, will they go back to the trenches? So straddle that, Babati, and then come in under the Pastor Oyemade storyline, who made an innocent advisory tweet that has now turned into a noose around his neck. So, what are you making of the Oyebade tweet and the backlash that ensued? Babati, good to
Yes.
have you.
Same here. Let me address the comment by Ayo first. Good evening as well. Remember on this platform months ago, I told you that when Obi loses, I gave you 5 excuses, right? That they will give you guys. They will tell you first, number one, that it was rigged. So all this, we got 7 million. Let's be very clear here. Even though I support the spike in PVC collection in Nigeria, I'm very pleased that it's helping the third force. That 6 million number is not just Labour alone or Labour supporters. There are also APC and PDP sympathizers that also collecting PVCs as well. So those numbers are not skewed towards Labour, maybe to the large extent, but not entirely. So let's be careful of that. So they're going to give you excuses about it was rigged and all this tribal stuff, but that's not the issue. But to the pastor Oyemade's comments, I think it's quite unfortunate that most people, like I do, support Obi. I like him as a person. I think he's a brilliant mind. But the issue I've always had with him is that his supporters have this mob mentality. They have a hard time having conversation. If you want my vote, I think that the way you are going about it will not even though you make good points, but the way you talk about him will not convince me to vote for him. So I am saying that they should come up with a better strategy. Maybe the pastor had a different agenda with his tweet. Nobody knows. I read the tweet. I didn't see anything wrong with it entirely. But even if he did, trying to bully him online and talk about that was a very, you could have just picked that tweet apart and made your own point. But to go on this bullying rampage or trying to bully people in submission, I think is the wrong approach. And if they keep this up, what they did, or what earlier you showed up that thing in the mosque earlier, the mat. My grandmother was a Muslim. I know what that means. In most circles, that is suicide. They're not going to vote for him in that area. It's done. If I know the people I know that are Muslim, that are called Muslims, so they will not vote for him. Even if he begs, they're not going to vote for him. Just that simple. They will not vote. So, but I also think that it is very delusional to think that you will win an election with 11 or 12 states. I'm even giving them South. Because the classic example of that mentality would be Buhari. Buhari had the so-called 12 million, right? That was his cost for 03, 07, and 11, right? He had his 12 million votes. But what happened? He could not vote. He couldn't win until he had to reach out to the Southwest. So the question that I always ask the supporters of Obi is that I want you to tell me, show me how your reach out network is working, not within the Igbo space now. Because each time I see you telling me about Obi online, it's always an Igbo guy talking about Obi. Show me people that are.
But today, what happened today in Benue State?
Let me finish, please. Let me finish. I want to see that expansion beyond the east.
I'm here. Your expansion is right here. You're about that.
I know. Hold on a second.
No, there's always a rogue element, and it's usually a guy called Ayo. It's a rogue element. I know. But he always go against the grain. If we are going there, Ayo is going there.
This is a concern.
Finish.
I know, but I'm saying that the more serious expansion will be beyond the south. I want to see Obi supporters in the north. That's where the issue is now. Forget the south. We can be persuaded with
Have you been following? I don't think people have been following what's going on.
I have been following.
Everybody is following.
I just asked him about Benue. Now, what happened today in Benue? Did he follow that?
No. Let me finish, please. I'm saying ask one man. The last 2 to 3 months on this program, I've always said it, that there has to be a spike in PVC collection. Remember, one man, I said I want to see between 2 to 5 million, and the demographic has to be 18 and 35. I've always said that. So I said for a third force to have any inroads in Nigerian politics, there has to be that spike in that. Quote me anywhere. Go watch the videos. I've always said that. What I'm saying, however, is that I want to see the same inroads is making in the southwest and southeast. I want to see that same momentum in the north.
Bro, it's even worse in the north. You're
No,
not
no, no,
following
no.
it.
For them to come out the way I have people that in the south come out, that will tell that will.
Oh, it's are you on Twitter? Are you on Twitter? And I don't want to. I'm not trying to suggest.
I am. I
the
do
real
go
world.
on spaces as well in Nigeria. I have friends that are people from the north that talk about it, but they are not decided yet. They are still watching. So I do follow the space. What I'm saying is that I don't see enough momentum yet. That will confirm that it's making enough inroads in the core north. Maybe it might change in the next few months, but for now,
I don't think he needs the core north. I think he
No.
has.
How will he win if he does not have?
Let me explain. I think he has very strong support in the north. Very strong support, especially among the non-Fulani ethnic groups. He has really strong support, and we know how they roll now. They typically don't really say what's on their mind just because that's just the way of life. You know, that could get you
So
killed.
how do you know he has support if you're saying
Because
they don't
there's
they
so
keep their
many
chest,
there's so many northern influences that I follow, and I'm not even just talking about the super left wing liberal ones. I'm talking about some of them are actually even more right, more conservative oriented, that are huge staunch supporters. These are very powerful northern influencers on Twitter, and I would say a good 75% of them, they've had enough, man. They've had enough.
Let me ask
They
you.
really have.
Let me finish.
But okay, let me let you finish, Robert.
The reason why I brought that up, the inroads, is that depends on who he picks for VP, right? And I've said that also. So even though they might like him as a person, the average cornerback will still want him to pick somebody that's very strong from their side. And we don't. There's nobody. The guy from NMP right now, OBI'S guy, does not look like he's going to succumb to becoming the VP to OB. You see what I'm saying? But him being from the south, this is just the political reality of Nigeria now. The tribal religious sentiment is still there. We cannot deny those things. So that would play a huge factor. And I'm saying that right now, I don't see that confident. Right now, there's no belief in me that he, in being an Igbo guy, will go into the north, even though he has a good message, without having a strong VP on the core north and win the elections. There's no numbers, there's no metrics for that yet. I don't see it. Until I see that, I cannot take him at this time. It might change in a few months.
Babati, that space that you said is going to tell us a lot about the Peter Obi journey. Who he eventually lands as his VP is going to tell us a lot about his political journey and the North's reaction, the North's response to him. So, as we've often said, there are several tiers in the Northern society, as there are in every society. So there's the Premier League, where you have people like Kwakwanso, etc., etc. And then there's the Championship, when you have people like Rabi Kwakwanso, people of that ilk. So if he's not able to get a Kwakwanso quality sort of a person, maybe not Kwakwanso himself, but somebody of that level in their society, if he's not able to get to that, then that tells us already the northern response. So if he's now going down to the lower rungs to get some left-wing radical to say he wants to change everything, then that just ends it right there. So that gives us the northern response.
And that was what I was trying to let I understand that. Even though he has a good message and he has this so-called momentum, there are many things working against him. And one is that it is VP choice. If you cannot get those two-tier level people like one man was alluding to, I don't see him making inroads into the north. The reality of the north is you need the core north. And number two, he has the media working against him. There's so much the youth can. And number three, the money is not flowing in yet. And even though the youth have this so-called belief, which I applaud, I'm so proud of them for doing that. But it's very hard for me as a Nigerian that knows Nigerians very well doing elections to believe that when money starts flowing, that they will still be behind Obi coming towards the election next year. It's just there's no. They will. Yeah, I hope so too. I hope so, Joel. To believe me, I want it to. But the reality is just what I'm speaking to. And when it's being drowned out now, I know even within the labor movement as well, that there are betrayers as well that are watching him every step he's taking. They are reporting his movement to these big boys. They are watching him closely, but because a few months ago nobody took him serious, but now that they have eyes on him, and by when they start campaigning, I don't think it can sustain the momentum. Is my own concern for him.
No, I think this is his blue moment. This is his purple patch. This is you know, who is it? Is this Andy Warhol that says everybody gets 5 minutes of fame? So this is his this is his 5 minutes.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Look, you know, see, P2B, I think we tend to look at him like someone that is not a go-getter. I just want to let you know your fears, all these fears you're having, right, will be allayed. The Nigerian youths, if they go ahead to sell their votes, it's on them. That is not on P2B. But P2B is going to lay out his message on rules, on ways to emancipate the youths. That is what matters to me. But now, if you go out there and you sell your vote, it's not on P2B. It's not a smack on his person. He has laid out himself and said, "Hey, I want to help you grow." But Joy, if you say, "I do not want you to help me grow," that goes home.
Joy, that's my concern with the average Nigerian. That will they buy into the message in the north? I can see that in the southeast, but it has something to do with trial.
Not just the message though. Hold on. It's not so much the message that they may not buy in, because I don't think anybody is not bought into the message. The message was already owned by people pre-Peter Obi. Right. So that message of change. But are they buying into the messenger is the thing.
Right. Correct.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Yes. They are.
Look. If I just quickly respond to something Babachi said.
Go on.
About him needing the North. There's this myth that you need the North to win an election. First of all, you don't. I'll explain why. You don't need the core North. You need some middle state belts, regions, but you don't need the core North. But that's not even my point. I know you were sort of like talking about how people in the North will eventually vote their religion and their ethnicity. People are suffering like they have never suffered. People are suffering. You know, it's all well. That's a luxury. You know, believe it or not, voting your ethnicity or voting religion is a luxury when you're faced with imminent existential danger. Like everyone in the North, everyone in Nigeria pretty much, but especially people in the North are faced with this daily. This is beyond ethnicity. This has gone beyond religion.
Can I buy Wait, Jerry, let me apply real quick. The corner will not matter if you already have the South in the bag. That's you will need the corner. But I'm saying that right now, Obi does not have the South in the bag. There's
when the South doesn't he have in the bag?
Southwest.
Obi doesn't really have anything. He has not been tested electorally.
Even before Obi became.
I'm saying that for you to say that the corner does not matter, that means that you can assume that he had the West South in the bag. Then the corner will not matter in that case. But as of now, it doesn't. The South is still states.
He has 5 states at best. If that.
So as of now, it might change. But as of now, you cannot say the corner does not matter to Obi. As of now, it might change. It's my point.
Let's look at
one man. Obi has Southeast, South, North Central, and part of Southwest.
He doesn't have anywhere in the Southwest. Forget
Southwest is super competitive. And this is the reason. Even before Obi came onto the scene, Tinubu didn't have the Southwest. He had Lagos because he has influence there. Even before Obi became an issue,
he has Ogun State. He has Ondo State. Akeredolu is his man.
People in the Southwest were kind of like, they don't like Tinubu at all. I've always hated him. That's before I heard about. My preference would have been Showore or Prof, and they didn't pan out. And you think people that really supported, and we've had polls on this.
Tinubu controls the Yoruba land, bar or your state.
He doesn't.
He owns every state, bar or your state.
No one controls Yoruba land.
All right.
And no one has ever controlled Yoruba land. The only politician
controlled your state.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. The only politician that controlled Yoruba land was Awolowo, and everyone knew his heart. How can he can't? He doesn't even control Afeni Ferry.
Okay,
everyone knows that Afeni Ferry hates.
Not use the word control, but I'm saying majority in terms of politics. But even if it's number 2, I would still give PDP number 2 in Southwest behind APC, not Labour. Not Peter Obi.
Well, no one is voting for Labour. No one is. I mean, this whole Ovi was mentioned earlier on about ideology, and no one votes for parties in Nigeria. People vote for personalities. They vote for characters. They vote for ethnicities. They vote for religion.
But Peter Obi's personality is fast being unraveled. It's a house built on a deck of
so listen. So
quicksand.
You have Atiku, who is campaigning to be president from Dubai. He lives in Dubai. This is almost asinine that you have.
Yeah, but Atiku is a gangster. We know that.
But he's living in another country, and you actually have people seriously considering that this guy is going to win. He can't win, even in a banana republic like Nigeria. He can't win. He hates the country so much. He has so much disdain, so much contempt for the country that he can't even live there while he's campaigning. For Christ's sakes. So forget about Atiku. He can't win. He can't even win in the North. And this isn't a guy who was actually even loved in the North at any point in time during his, since he's
I agree with that. I don't think Atiku is loved in there. People say that they'll vote for him for Fulani, but I don't buy that.
Yeah, it was a wrong pick for the VP. That was a wrong pick, in my opinion.
Right. So the real competition is between Tinubu and whether people want to accept it or not. The real competition is between Tinubu and Obi. And Tinubu has, that's the real competition. And Tinubu has a lot.
Ayo, please. You're clearly an Obi supporter. I'm also in some ways him, not his mob, but it kind of not the mob supporter. They have that mob-like thing that I don't like. But who can he pick? Give me a name. Who can he pick, in your opinion, from the North
VP?
that will buffer that will give him that credibility up north that does not have right now.
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you asked me that question. You know what this Buhari regime has shown Nigerians? That your VP doesn't matter. No one cares about who he picks. He can pick someone from the North. He can pick his stepsister. He can pick someone from the South.
They care about ethnicity and religion in Nigeria.
That's my point. They do about those things. You are speaking from being very, very highly intellectual. I love that. But you're speaking about the average Nigerian voter here.
Oh boy, the average Nigerian is more.
I'm not being dismissive. I'm not being dismissive. It's just the reality.
Are you trying to suggest that the average Nigerian is sophisticated? Is that what you're saying, Ayo? They are not sophisticated.
They are not.
Have you been following? I mean, forget about me.
They are very vulnerable to. No, they are very vulnerable to.
They are easily led.
Yes, my point. They are just the reality. One small word, like Ayo. We are discussing the math today now. Just a math that has somebody's picture became a big issue. You see my point? Just a math that has somebody's name, a political stamp on it, became a big issue in that part of the country.
Yeah, I want you to go there next, by the way.
Yes, so it's my point. Those things easily trigger people. And that's my concern from that. In the North, even though it has a good heart, Obi, I'm saying that it has a good heart. But these people in the North, they might get desperate if they see that thing going higher and higher enough. They might get desperate to the point where they trigger that political and religious divide.
Boy, he has apologized already.
Don't worry, but people would have clipped it. So people would have clipped it.
Yes,
it will be reused. You know?
Was it not by Obi? Why are we always making this thing about Obi?
No.
Was it not by Obi during Buhari's time, when he came in, before Buhari came into power? They were on the social media, even myself. People wished me dead. People were cussing me out. I'm not even talking about only Hausa. I'm talking about Yorubas too. What are we talking about? The Buhari cost me. Buhari did not cost me. The Tinubu cost me. Tinubu did not cost me. But his followers are mostly there when they used to.
Do you know this election cycle?
angry.
Do you know what this election cycle reminds me of? Does anyone remember when Abiola was running against what was his name? Was it Tambo? And
Tofa.
Oh, Tofa, sorry. Does anyone remember that period in Nigeria? Well, maybe some of you were too young, or maybe not even born.
Go ahead. We do.
It was the same situation that's going on right now. No, everyone, and this is why the military completely discounted Abiola. They didn't even think they needed to. And I would even argue the fervor now for Obi is at least times 5 what it was for Abiola back then when he won.
I wouldn't go that far. Come on, now settle down.
No, I was in the thick of things back then because I was a really young man and I was in the thick of things.
Were you politically active then?
Well, I mean, not active beyond, beer parlor talk or whatnot, but in my mind,
you were thinking beer at what age?
Yeah, I'm an old man. But anyway, that's the topic for another day. So, anyway, I suppose what I'm saying is everyone expected Tofa to win because he was from the north. We've had northern military regimes time after time. It was the expected and the Nigerian way. But people had enough, especially northerners, they had enough of Abacha, Babangida. Their lives were not improving. And that time was even better than now. And I'm telling you, the northerners weren't going around campaigning for Abiola. They weren't shouting that, we're going to vote for Abiola. They were quiet about it. And election day came and they voted for him. And the same thing is happening now. In fact,
no, it's not the same. You cannot compare. You cannot compare the religious divide of then to now. Now it's worse. That back then, people could still do all those things. And I was talking about.
Are you kidding me? Are you familiar with Metatsini, that religious sect? This has been an ongoing problem in Nigeria.
Compared to now, no. You are kidding me. Compared to now, are you kidding me?
The only thing that's inflaming, I don't even think there's that much of a religious crisis right now. What there is,
you don't?
What?
Let me
are you kidding me?
Go and tell that to the Christians in Kaduna.
Let me land. There is an ethnic crisis that is trying to use religion as a cover. There's a Fulani invasion, and they are trying to penetrate using religion as their catalyst. That is what is going on, because you don't see Muslims from any other part who aside from the Fulani who are creating havoc anywhere now.
Okay,
how are you?
All right. Address that, Babati, and I want you to move on to the religious march, just for reasons of time.
Yes, that was actually where I was going to actually, because if points were valid, then the march will not be an issue. If that's what is really talking about, then we will have moved past that. I'm saying that we're yet to mature to the point where we cannot be led with those antics. But unfortunately, the average Nigerian is not there yet. And that's my concern for Obi. And when you tell me that the VP does not matter in a very religious and divided society like that, I pause for concern, because I don't really get you when you say that. Because if a match can trigger that kind of alarm, imagine what will happen close to the election when you have somebody pushing that is a person that Allah is not real. And
tell me about this Matt thing. Was it him who put it out? He didn't put it out now.
No, but it was his image that is on it. Do you think people will be waiting to find out? They won't wait to find out who put it out now.
Nigerians know better. Nigerians know better. They won't take it. They will be angry about it. But it's not enough not to make them not to vote.
They are warning him that it's not acceptable.
That's such an easy.
No, they know it's not done by Peter Obi. Come on.
Forget.
His opponent can put out his name. I don't think anyone in his campaign will be that stupid. So clearly, it was done by his opponents.
I don't think anybody is going to that. They are Pobians now, his supporters.
Let's even say it's not him.
Of course, it wasn't him.
I know, but to those people, it does not matter. It just
it matters. They are not that silly.
You think they will pay attention? They see his image on that. You are crediting them with a lot. You are crediting them.
But the fact remains that he has apologized. Whether he's the one that did it,
you think they wait for the apology?
Mr. Man, I have Muslims that are very core. When it comes to this thing, they can kill their family members if you cross some certain lines. And I keep telling you, if you had them as cousins and nephews, you will know.
I don't know any Muslims that can do that. Maybe you're talking about.
I'm telling you, I mean,
the honor killing. You don't know the Pakistani honor killing.
They are very. This is very serious with them. So it's my point with them.
I don't know any Yoruba Muslims that will kill anyone. No.
I get you.
I'm not even kidding.
But the Yorubas are not really Muslims.
I'm discussing the North now.
Okay. Then you say Northerners. You won't say Muslims.
Yeah, no.
Muslims that are Yoruba. We never.
We are discussing the North now. You see, remember earlier in this debate, I was saying that my worry with Obi was the North, because in the South we can debate issues, but my worry
doesn't need the North. Listen, did you watch this guy's interview on Arise yesterday, or was it 2 days ago? I think it was yesterday. Autumn that is PDP is scratching his head. He's saying he will pray to see who is going to support during the next election.
Okay.
He doesn't. All he needs is Benue and the South. And if Obi starts
to the South right now, is my point. He doesn't have the South in the bag like you're claiming.
I know he doesn't. I know he doesn't have the Southwest.
How will you not? How can you then now say that the corner does not matter when he doesn't have the South in the bag? It's probably easier for him to win the Southwest, in my opinion.
How will he win the Southwest now? How will a man called Peter Obi win the Southwest? How?
He's going to win. Look, Lagos is in play. Lagos is in play for Labour Party.
What are we doing now? What are we doing now?
Believe it or not. Believe it or not.
Let me tell you the truth. If they're going to be free and fair election in Lagos, if we are going to be free and fair election in Lagos, Obi will take it.
Life and direct. He will take Lagos comfortably.
Very good.
Yeah, because look, because you see the crowd, the population in Lagos is more or less like sophisticated, like the population in Abuja.
Really?
When was the last time Buhari, in the past 2 elections, Buhari lost in Abuja? Why do you think that? Why do you think that happened?
So
that's what I'm saying. That Tinubu knows. In Lagos will be a play for Labour Party. It will be in play.
That is a very weak argument with no facts.
No. If you're talking about the population now, I'm trying to tell you about the population, the makeup in Lagos population. We are talking about he has
PVC is not population. That's the way you vote. Forget population.
No, have you seen the latest figure for PVC?
You know what?
It's over 10 million.
Do you know what APC is doing beyond that? Do you know what APC is doing with PVC?
Look, let me tell you something. See.
All right. Okay, ask him that, and then let Babati drive it home, because there's still plenty of people. But ask that question.
According to INEC, right? According to INEC, it is about 10-point-something million, 10.3 million, right? New. And most of them, over 80% of them, are people that have never voted before, first timers.
Let me reply.
So we know who they are voting for. We know who made that choice.
No, the real numbers on this. It's 100,000 new PVC votes registrations per day for Peter Obi.
Per day. You see, and it's still
what do you mean for Peter Obi? What does that mean for Peter? What do you mean for Peter Obi? Hold on. What do you mean for Peter Obi?
They're also APC too now. They're also APC.
Because when you register,
you have to write your party when you register.
That's not true now. Stop.
One man. You know that in the last election, right? When you look at the people that are eligible to vote in Nigeria, the population is about around 70 million, right? Then in the last election, it was more or less like over 70 million a little bit, but in the last election, the total people that voted was about 20-something million. So we still have a gap of about 50 million people who did not vote in the last election. So that is what we are talking about. And the people, there is no guarantee that Buhari, because Buhari is not on the ballot. As long as Buhari is not on the ballot, it is a fair game for everybody. Because Buhari was like an enigma in the north, whether we like it or not, right? Because those people followed him for how many election cycles until he got it.
Can I reply, Nigeria? Can I reply? Let me
go ahead.
Okay, reply. And please let Babati just land, because otherwise I won't get to other people. But Babati, back to you.
On this platform, I said 2/3 of people that are eligible that have their PVCs in Nigeria since 1999 that have the PVCs don't vote. That one we've established. But this new influx of PVC registration cannot be attributed to OB only. Maybe most of them, but not all. I would say maybe 60%. But there are still people that are also collecting their PVCs. They are also APC, PDP supporters as well. But don't make it look like the 10 million is just all for labor. That would be a ridiculous statement.
No, I said about 80%. I didn't say it's for labor. I said about 80%.
That's the way you have making it.
Sorry, I'm going to have to step you off the screen a little bit, Joel. Sorry, carry on, Babati.
Yeah, so I'm saying that, okay, but to conclude, I'm saying this is it. It has to make an inroads into the north, even if it's not central, like I was saying. That would be nice, but you cannot say the core north is not in play. That will only make sense if he has sat in the back, which he does not have right now, and it will not if Tinubu is still running for office. That's a fact. Number two, he has to pick somebody that is very strong, like one man would say, tier 1, tier 2 in the north. And right now, the only person he has is Kwankwaso, and that guy is not playing ball with him. So I don't see where he goes with that. There's so much people can do for you if you don't have that strong. Nigerians believe in the strong man syndrome. They have that thing in their brains. And if you don't bring out a strong man in the north, you might not get the northern vote. In my comments, let me move on, please.
All right. So sorry,
my brother. Do you mind?
Sorry. I beg your pardon, but we must move on. We're 2 hours in, and we're only on the second contributor. So, Babati, just a short commentary on that space. The embossed poster image on the mat. So, is there going to be an understanding that this was just over-enthused supporters, or will this be held to be used later?
Yeah, he has to be very careful. This is where your campaign team comes in. So what I would say is that he has to have people that are core northern Muslims that are with him. They have to come out and dismiss that it was not them. They have to make an open statement about that, not him. Is called, the same thing the VP did when it was shown that he has Muslim people working for him. OB has to have his core northern group come and say it was not us. We don't believe in this stuff, because if they will use it against him later on. And once again, the average Nigerian voter is not as advanced like you think they are. Forget the emotions right now. We're speaking about logic. I'm not being dismissive. I'm not being.
Go on, yeah.
It's the reality of the Nigerian political space. Yeah.
Okay. Granted, I agree with you on that. Do we all agree that the energy right now, the political energy, as in when I'm talking about the political base of all the contestants, the energy is greatest with Peter Obi supporters? Do we agree on that or not?
For now, yes. For now, yeah.
No, we don't agree.
No,
we don't. But
I do.
Okay, for the purposes of you landing your point, carry on. Yeah.
All right. So if we're seeing, and this is because there was a debate about extending the PVC registration deadline. If we're seeing a registration of people who have never voted before at a click of 100,000 per day. This is at least as of 2 days ago, and it's been climbing. If we're seeing that click, I think it's safe to say these are energized. These are energized voters from a political party's base, and the party with the most energy right now, at least as most fervor.
There's a push by INEC for people to register. They are using influencers to hold.
Yeah, but I mean, we know what we're going to expect out of APC. We know what we're going to expect out of PDP. There's nothing exciting there. These guys have come. Both parties have had presidents. Nothing spectacular has changed. If you're going to vote for PVC, if you're going to vote for APC or PDP at this point, you probably already have your PVC, or you're not going to bother voting.
What if you're a new entrant into the? What if you have just evolved into the political space?
You're not going to wait then you won't wait until the last week to start registering to vote if you're a new entrant. Because there's nothing exciting about PDP or APC. All the excitement, in my opinion, is with Labour Party, and I think that's really hard to argue that it isn't. And
Well,
this
no,
is
no,
what we're
you
discussing.
cannot argue that it isn't because
give me a
PWB is
number.
PDP.
No, give me a number,
PDP.
please. Give me a number. They said, okay, we have 10 million people that that's registered right now. How much do you think are there for Labour? Is it 80% like Jerry is claiming, or 100%?
You said 10 million people that are new
95,
voters, or
95, 95%.
Don't do that now, Moses. What are you doing now?
That would be arbitrary for me to just throw a number out there.
No, not me. Not me. They said that. So I'm asking you, how much do you think?
You're saying about all the PVC holders or the new registrants?
The new ones, the 10 million ones. How much do you think that?
When you say new, as in of the last month or of the last year?
In this cycle, the new entrants in this cycle, what percentage are you attributing to Peter B?
At least 50%. I mean, this is just common sense. It has to be
95%.
No, Moses, you mind? Don't say silly things.
95%.
Okay, I have to remove
probably not 95%.
Don't do that now.
It's probably not 95%.
We're having a sensible.
I think it would be hard for anyone to argue it isn't about
at least half. At least half.
Conservatively, it's 50%. Conservatively.
Okay. How have you arrived at that? Sorry.
Because typically, the base, once the base is energized, they're motivated to vote. They're anxious. Those are the people who go and register to vote, not people who have been with a party for years and years and years. What has APC or PDP done that has, in the last 10 years, that would excite anyone to go and register for them at the last minute?
Well, you said Nigeria's politics is personality-led. You said that.
It used to be.
Oh, it's not anymore. Then what is propelling Peter Obi?
Listen, there's this it's actually still going on.
It's not
right
his
now.
record that is propelling him, because we've already dissected his record. So what is propelling Peter Obi?
What is propelling Peter Obi is that people have had enough.
So his personality.
There's a Twitter space going on right now. It's called "What Have You Lost Since 2015?" This has been going on since 10 a.m. this morning. At its peak, there were 25,000 Nigerians on there. Right now, there's 2,614. It's going on right now. It's being hosted by that day.
I was just on that space. I just left there now.
Thank you. If you want to know what energy, I have never seen this kind of energy. Not even for Obama, not even for Trump.
The energy. All right. Well, it's a difference of opinion, but all right. Thank you, Babati.
Because we're talking about Peter Obi right now. If he wasn't that important, why are we not talking about Sowore? I mean, everyone knows we all love Sowore now, but we're not talking about him because the energy is not with him.
No, because his adherents, they have seized the media space. We saw it with Nnamdi Kanu, so that's not. So it's the same template, isn't it? Not to say that it's an Nnamdi Kanu storyline, but the same tonality and texture and presentation. We've seen it before, so they just overwhelm the media space.
People have had enough. If you're a statistician, if you're used to doing random sampling, if you go and do a random sample of all those people on Twitter right now, at least a good 30% of them are Northerners. And when they give their accounts, they're telling you, everyone in my family has been for PDP forever, or everyone in my family has been staunch. It's different now. These people are thinking about. They've seen so much trauma. They have seen death. It's crazy. It's almost like everyone who's given an account.
I actually asked Babati, did he actually know what happened today in Benue State?
Forget Benue State now.
People are seeing death. This isn't second-hand information anymore.
All right. If you're saying, sorry. Okay, go on, Babati. Yes, then I'll come after you. Yeah.
This is my point. Right now, he's enjoying this media space, and everybody.
It's a purple patch.
There is no attack on him yet, right now, and that's my. I don't see him maintaining this momentum to even December. It will fade off because
2 weeks.
Yeah. 2 weeks. So this is going on without no rebuttal right now from the PDP or APC. It's just been washed with no reply.
Sorry, Ayo, let me add this on to what Babati is saying. Now, you are saying that people are fed up and people are tired of what is going on. But how is the answer to what is going on in Peter Obi? Because Peter Obi is not the answer to insecurity, and it's not the answer to economics, because we've microscoped his records, so it's not the answer to anything. So why is Peter? Yeah.
Well, he represents change. He represents. We know what's going to happen with PDP, and we know what's going to happen with APC. You know why? Because they've both had presidents. So there's nothing new. There's nothing. They're not going to deliver anything to you that you haven't already seen.
Yeah, but neither is Peter Obi.
Well, I don't know. Peter Obi talks a good game. Now, whether he can deliver, that's another thing. But he talks a good game. And he has the credentials. He has the credentials. And when I say credentials, he's been a student of some of the best institutions in the world. He has studied.
Well, such as
what? Harvard.
What did he do now? He went on a sandwich. I'm good. Look, I'm
putting together
a sandwich course.
Okay.
Yes, a sandwich course.
What about?
What do you mean a student of Harvard? You did a sandwich course.
It was in the PD for 10 years, for God's sake.
What are we talking about? They did a sandwich course.
Well, what do you mean? What do you mean? No. What do you mean by change agent?
He went to UNN. He did sociology and came out with a third degree.
But we agree
with a third class. You know,
we've already disputed Atiku.
Atiku is more educated than Peter Obi, by the way.
For the sake of argument, we've taken Atiku out of the picture, right? Because we know. I mean, he's obviously not a serious candidate. He's trying to campaign from Dubai. But so let's go to Tinubu. So let's match his record with Tinubu's. Who can't even he can't even produce his university certificate. He claims he went to University of Chicago.
Well, he presented it to INEC, and INEC are satisfied.
INEC, come on, man. Is INEC the electorate?
The school came out and said that it was part of their school. They came up with
no, they did not.
Let me give you the link, please.
No, don't bother you because it won't satisfy
Let me give you the link. Let me give you the link.
We did that in a session earlier.
That was done a few weeks ago now on this platform. That was done on.
They did not.
They did. Stop.
You know how there was a false thing going around.
Even there's one girl from sorry, I beg your pardon, but there's one girl from the Sahara Reporter course, Adeola something.
Yes,
she contacted that organization. She still got the response.
No,
so
she
I don't
didn't.
know.
When did she get the response?
All right. Okay. So
when did she get the response?
All right. Land your point because I want to move on now because still too many people that have not spoken. But you have the final say, Ayo, and then I'll go on to lastly and can you hold on?
No, please don't interrupt. Please. Who is this guy now? Please.
It's Moses now. I don't want to have to excuse you, but you have to let us have the conversation, Moses.
One man, please. As of this time yesterday, there was no response. So unless you're saying there was a response, because I watch her show religiously, and as of this time yesterday, there was no response. So if you're saying there was a response since then you're right. But if you're talking about as of 24 hours ago, there was no response.
All right. Hopefully she does get the response, and that will satisfy that because I think a lot of people have done that. But let me go on to Black League, and hopefully I'd like Black League to be able to have the space to have his expression, so we can really understand what he's saying. So allow, if you can, that he has that space to express. But before I come to you, Black League, let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. The first one I think I've already covered. That's from Ayo, but not the Ayo on the screen, a different Ayo. This one from Kulata, which is pointing at the Ayo on the screen. It says Ayo's analysis is valid on social media electorate. So that's somewhat a backhanded sort of a comment there. So we see you, Kulata, with your mischief making. Kulata continues. It says, you guys underestimate the ability for people to vote against their own interest. Religion and identity trumps the economy. So I don't think that Malam Bantuti in Sokoto Central, he's thinking about economics. You know, he wants to know that his faith and
Ayo, check the PM, please. Check the PM. I put the link from the school there for you to read, okay? I put the 2 links there for you to read.
All right. It says, you guys underestimate the ability for people to vote against their own interest. Religion and identity trumps the economy. that is more visceral. So that's more visceral, Kulata concludes. And Alexander Gomez, of course, is preferred mode of communication. Bola Ahmed Tinubu goes to sleep these days knowing Peter Obi has made his part to the presidency guaranteed, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Stunning development. So people that are very nuanced in politics and deep and satiated in politics, they know what you're talking about. Alexander Gomez. Bola Ahmed Tinubu goes to sleep these days knowing Peter Obi has made his path to the presidency guaranteed, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Stunning development. So a lot of people actually feel that Peter Obi might well be a covert Tinubu agent, but everything is right there. I'm sure Black League doesn't have those thoughts, but Black League, let me take you back then to the pastor Poju Oyemade's space, who makes an innocent comment on Twitter, and the cutlasses of the Ipobians, of course, sparks heavily. So start from there, Black League.
One man, I think you meant the obedient.
Hey, oh no! What's the? Are you making a distinction that bears no difference? What's the difference between an obedient and an Ipobian? You start from there. Is there a difference between an obedient and an Ipobian?
Well, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
I don't know why you're starting me off with this one.
You're a mischief maker. I know you're a mischief maker. Carry on.
No, the IPOB, is a call for a whole new country called Biafra, while the obedience are more pan-Nigerian.
All right.
I think that may be the difference.
All right, my bad. But you're breaking up a bit, but carry on. We'll see how much we can hear from you. Carry on.
Okay. Well, with them lashing out at the pastor, I don't think this is the time for such behavior in politics, especially. But I won't blame them. I think they're just getting their foot wet into Nigerian politics. So it may take time for them to understand that religious leaders are a very vital asset in terms of politics and political season. So they should watch, who they throw stones or daggers to. And also to the obedient, I would commend them in just to say that throughout Nigerian's history, I don't think there's been this much involvement and participation in the political process at this time. That is very commendable, and the obedience have something to do with that. Not entirely, of course, do have something to do with that. But again, I hope that they sustain this momentum in turning their movement into a political voice. And I hope things like Big Brother, things like the Premier League, the Champions League would not come and divide Peter Obi's vote. I hope that they stay loyal to their cause and they hold forth.
All right, what are you making of the whole Obi something, which has dominated the airwaves, and people making a lot of attribution of the back of that? One of the things that struck, there was this guy, something major, one of the spokesperson. No, it was actually Abdul Mumin Jibrin that actually said that it's all well and lovely energizing the youth space, which some people concede that Peter Obi might have energized a small quarter of the youth space, but he's saying that it has not been tested electorally, so you cannot quantify it. So he cannot then subordinate Kwakwanso to himself. So we've seen the Twitter space before. We saw it under Omoyele Sowore, and as Ovie pointed out, a damp squib. That was what the totality of it was. So the Twitter resurfaces again, but really, what are you just making? Is it just noise making, Black League?
Well, I wouldn't wave it off as noise making, but I would just say that for it to translate into the political process and eventually be able to dictate public policy, I think they need to sustain the momentum and find a way to translate it into politics. The Labour Party is not people think is very popular, but in different parts of the country, like Labour Party is not as popular. Yes, they've been able to get some influence in states like Ondo and Edo State in the past, but that's not enough national spread in Nigeria's politics for you to win a presidential election. There's parts of this country where they do not even know the logo of the Labour Party. You know, name recognition matters a lot. Logo recognition in Nigerian politics matters a lot, because a person who cannot speak English or even Pidgin, once they see the umbrella, they know exactly what party that is, and they know the candidate. You know, even the new party, the APC, once they see a broom, they know what party that is, and they know the candidate. But for newer parties or parties that have not really had that spread, they need to do a lot more to get that name and logo recognition all across the country. So I do think when it is sustained and things like this are implemented, then yes, they may be able to have a say. But in 2023, I believe more strategy and more dialogue and more alliances need to be made to be able to unseat a PDP or an APC this election.
All right, brilliant. So about Black League, the embossing of Peter Obi's poster on prayer mats to be used in mosques, is this something that will be taken down and used in evidence against him in the future? Or is this a faux pas too many? Is this a mortal blow or a fatal blow? So is it a fatal or mortal blow? Or is it even a blow at all? The embossing of Peter Obi's image poster on prayer mat are not happy.
Yes, I would like to believe a secular state such as ours. I think we do have respect for religion, no matter what religion it is. I don't think Peter Obi would endorse the printing of his posters on mats and all that in prayer ground. I don't think he would endorse that, and I don't think anybody who has a say in his camp would endorse that. I would wave that off as probably some overzealous supporter, or someone who might not even have ill intentions of carrying out such activity. But I do expect, if not the candidate himself, somebody in his team to come out and denounce such actions and guide their supporters properly.
Would that be sufficient enough to douse opinions? Because you know the North probably more than I do, but certainly more than I do. Would that be sufficient enough to douse opinions in the North? Because what I do know is that they don't joke around when it comes to their religion.
Yes, and they are both religions in the North. There's both Christianity and Islam in the North. And yes, I think that would be enough to douse somewhat of the tension going on, generated by pictures of the mat print. So, I think if the candidate, which is Peter Obi or somebody in his camp, comes out publicly to address their supporters, especially on that issue, and the need to be more moderate in terms of how they approach campaign when the campaign season officially starts. I think that would be enough to douse the tension. The Muslims in the North, they are not fanatics as people like to believe. Yes, you might have pockets of that here and there worldwide, and it cuts through both major religions. So I think especially in the North, they are politically, both Islam and the Christians, they're both politically sophisticated enough to understand how overzealous some supporters may get, and how those actions do not completely or even in part represent the views of the candidate itself.
All right, Black League. So Dino Milaye chimes in and is somewhat derisively dismisses off the cuff the whole Peter Obi space, especially pointing out to Peter Obi harping on about the cost of governance, and pointing to him that the cost of governance is not actually the issue or the key issue that Nigeria is contending. So if we resolve the cost of governance, we have not moved anything in terms of resolving the Nigerian situation. And this speaks to the naivety. Some people unkindly even describe it as pedestrian. The politicking of Peter Obi that lacks in sophistry and is just populist chiming. So, Dino Melaye, are we hearing sense from him for the first time ever, Black League?
I mean, Dino is deeply into his party's politics, and he wants to be, the masquerade that gets the most applause from his candidate. So of course, Dino would dance his heart out at the ring, and he market as much as he can other party candidates. But not to focus much on the messenger. His message, I think, is clear, and I personally also have such fears on Peter, how he'll be able to translate cutting down cost of governance or even improving the economy. I mean, that speaks to part of our problem that we're facing in the country. But I believe the biggest problem of all is the problem of insecurity in the land. And I haven't heard Peter Obi confront that issue remotely or even confront it robustly. I haven't heard him really speak
for him
on
to confront that issue, he has to speak to religion and ethnicity, and he always recoils from that.
I mean, he can even choose to speak on it without speaking on religion and ethnicity. I mean, the problem of insecurity now cuts across the northwest, northeast, north central, southwest, southeast, and even south. So we have insecurity in the land, just from all angles. And yes, Peter Obi has good plans for the economy. He has articulated that several times in interviews.
Sorry, what good plans? Because we've tried to interrogate that space, and all we hear is production, consumption. So what has he articulated that impresses you?
He has articulated that Nigeria is not a productive country.
Right.
But the level of waste, even at the highest level, up even down to the lowest. For people who are not as productive as we are, we have no business being as wasteful as we are. And I think that hits the nail on the head when it comes to the state of our economy. We eat a lot of meat, but we can't even produce toothpick to pick our teeth after we eat the meat. Just things as simple as that. We love our women, but we don't even produce their underwear. We have to import that. We have to import the very basic necessities of the human existence. So that is a very, it is a state of a very underdeveloped country, and it speaks to the level of our productivity. And I think Peter Obi has articulated that well. That I can give. But, and also in terms of cutting cost of governance and the template he left in Anambra State, and how much he realized was being wasted the first day he got in office, and things like that. I've taken my time to listen to him, and he does make valid points.
He did not cut the cost of governance in Anambra. Actually, he's increased it, actually. But don't worry, there's a video coming on that. I'm putting together this Peter Obi thing just to end it.
One man. Since you're ready for him.
One man.
Because he was speaking to the number of special assistants, special advisors, and even how the ministries work. Sorry,
sorry, carry on, Black League. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, so I think I'll give that to Peter Obi. He has, from what he has said. Now, I've not done enough research to really go into the books in Anambra State, see exactly how many special advisors. Okay, if you have, then I'm willing to listen to the facts.
Did you know that he was outperformed by Ngige and Obiano in terms of just all the metrics of measure? This is this guy. Don't worry, Bodo. It's,
but when you look at numbers, it's also easy to miss out the exchange rate. Now, the exchange rate under Ngige and under Obi are way different from the exchange rate under Obi.
No, sorry, it wasn't exchange rate. It was the quantum of improvements.
Okay. Yeah, whenever you're ready.
One man. That analysis is very, very wrong. That analysis is very, very wrong. That person that write that thing for Twitter, no verified Twitter page. That is very, very wrong. That is fake.
All right.
I have seen up to 10 analysis, different people. I'm telling you the gospel truth. I have seen up to 10 analysis. That is, you can't see anybody. That page is not verified. It's fake page. Somebody can write anything there and say P2B.
Don't worry.
Yes.
There's more.
You have to verify. If you want to know anything about P2B, anything P2B said is truth. Go to Anambra and verify. Don't go on the website. People can.
Hold on. You were telling us that the Bill Gates Foundation they gave Peter Obi an award for the best governor in Lagos in Nigeria. That's a lie. That's a lie.
Okay, you said that is a lie. Why do you believe? Why do you believe something? Why do you believe what you see for Twitter is the truth? Is that truth?
No. I went as far back as 2012 to check. But don't worry.
One man is just a lie.
It is.
One man. This some analysis you are giving is bad. Don't take it. It's not good.
So we should ignore facts. Is that what you're saying?
It's not fact. One man. That award
that is not fact. That is fake.
It's not true now.
No, it's true. No, it was
not that word. Not that word. That analysis from Twitter is fake. No, I mean the analysis from Twitter is fake.
You know, in Yoruba land, we say "Ariwo call the music."
Oh my! Since I don't like it, that's bad.
Don't worry about not liking Peter. That award is not true. What Peter?
It's true, one man.
If you don't want to hear, then okay, let's just abandon. You don't want to hear the truth, Abi. You don't want to hear it. That award is not true. Peter Obi do you want to listen? Then I can tell you. Then you can go and check. Peter Obi was never awarded the best governor in Nigeria by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. No, that's a lie, and I have already proven it. I'll be publishing the video tomorrow. What makes it
a lie?
Do you want me to?
What makes it a lie?
If you don't let me speak, then you won't know what makes it a lie now. Peter Obi was awarded $1 million prize by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation for being the best performing governor in polio eradication, not in Nigeria, but in the Southeast. That is what they are. You know, polio eradication is a pet project of the Gates Foundation, and they deemed performed best in polio eradication, not in Nigeria, not in Africa, but in
one man. I will send you that. I will send you that award. I will send you that award portfolio.
Don't worry. I have researched this thing up to the point that the award was given. The award was actually given to him via the Minister of Health at the time. At the gala event, I saw it.
How many governors received the award?
Peter Obi did not go to Harvard. He attended a 7-day course.
No, how many governors received the award?
One man.
Don't worry.
One man. I think he did go to Harvard Business School.
Which business?
One man.
You know what do you mean? Would Harvard Business School? You did not have sandwich courses in Harvard Business School. You did the sandwich course now. Forget it. You went to UNN, go to
but if you go to Harvard for 2 weeks and I go for 4 years, then we both go to Harvard.
That is the thing.
Then we both go to Harvard. We both have a certificate.
One man.
Don't worry, it is coming.
One man. There's a video. There's a video you showed yesterday. There's a video you showed yesterday that Obi invested 20 million. The money is almost 100 million. Yesterday, yes. I saw the video. The time you are showing the video. That video was last 4 years. It's true, and it's the total of that time is Obi is in office. That time. That video is 4 years ago, not recent video. and it's truth.
Okay.
Nothing like lie.
Okay, so let me prove that is I also, but you have to listen and don't try and steamroll me. He did not invest 20 million won. That's a lie, because Soludo has already told us he invested around about 10
Which
million.
Soludo? Where Soludo told you that? Where do you see Soludo told you that?
Can you
Where?
settle down? He did not invest that 20 million. He invested around about 10 million. That's documented. And that 10 million.
Who told you that? Who told you that?
All right. Okay.
How can you prove that? Who told you that?
I think you should let him finish. Then you can interrogate what he tells you.
It won't really. This is the hypobian thing that it's just.
No, one man is not saying true. One man is not picking those things from a reliable source.
All right. Of course.
Yeah, but let him say it and then you counter him.
That's the problem.
One man, just continue. I'm listening.
No,
continue.
it won't let me speak, really. He did not invest 20 million. He lied about that, and I have the clip of him lying about that. He invested around about $10 million. That money at no point in time got up to $100 million. That's just a categorical lie. That the value of that investment now actually is worth about $5 million. So of course we know that stocks ebb and flow, but the value of that investment as it stands today is just over $5 million. So it's just lie after lie after lie after lie. But we will debunk it. Don't worry.
Who told you that? Who told you that? Who told you that now?
Go and verify. Is that not what your man said?
I think we can agree that.
Verify with the right source now. Verify with the right source.
No, go verify with Maggie source now. Don't worry.
I think we can agree that. I mean, it's silly to because there's so much fake news going around. It's hard to say what is right and to know what is right.
Too much fake news everywhere. Fake news.
But the thing is, the reality is, I mean, it's kind of you. I mean, you don't have to be a PhD in psychology to be able to judge.
I have his performance on security in Anambra as well. His performance on security, I have that as well.
This guy's character compared to Tinubu's character, man. You don't have to have any special superpower to be able to compare.
I have his data on corruption as well. I have his data on corruption.
Tinubu, you can't get no good can come from evil. Why don't and I'm Yoruba, I would have every reason to support Tinubu if I felt he could do well for the nation. But you guys are expecting good to come out of evil. How much does this guy need to
we're not expecting good to come from Obi now.
Ayo, is Atiku
can I say something? One man, can I say something?
Sorry, go on, and then we get back to Black League. Yeah, go on, anything.
Yeah, I've seen all like 2 of the videos and everything that you said. Try to debunk concerning P2B. Yes, I might take it because so many informations are flying. I might take it that maybe it might be misinformation that went on along the way.
It's not misinformation. It's outright lie. It's lying.
Wait. What I'm saying is, wait. What I'm trying to say is this. Yes, it might look like it's a lie. You know, me, I've not come out to say any candidate I'm supporting. So I'm just looking at it from a logical point of view. Yes, it looks like he's lying. That is a fact from what you've shown and what me have checked. Yes, but the point I'm trying to say, along the line, I think at some point, somewhere, it's a means of misinformation, because so much information is going on and we don't know how to take which one is true or not, because we don't even have the
by the time I publish my video on
I've seen that video.
There's more to come. By the time I publish the one on corruption, you will abandon him. It's an extremely corrupt man. Extremely.
You're not. I've not even said if I'm even supporting him. You understand? So what I'm trying to say is, yes, I know that P2B is not a saint, no doubt. You understand? But what I'm trying to say,
and I have a video, I have a clip of him admitting that he is corrupt, by the way. But don't worry, just watch the space.
Oh man!
So what I'm trying to say is this: at least I can see that.
I don't even think one man can say with a straight face that Peter Obi is as corrupt as Tinubu. Not
No,
even
not as
one man
corrupt.
has the guts to say that.
But the lesser of two evils is still evil, Ayo. The lesser of two evils is
Yes,
still
but
evil.
okay.
Yeah.
But can you say with a straight face that Peter Obi is as corrupt as
Yeah,
Tinubu?
but is a corrupt man now. He's not had the opportunity to be as corrupt as Tinubu now. Has he had the opportunity?
And so if someone is going to come to your house
One
and
man,
steal all your
Huh?
money, or someone's going to come to your house and steal small, who are you going to invite if you had to invite one?
Thief is a thief, my guy. A thief is a thief. No, we all this small
None
thief.
of them are invited.
You only have thieves for a choice now.
Come on.
Oh, all right.
See,
Let's get back
this is the same reason why I haven't picked a candidate, because I've been hearing the whole Obi
one man.
stuff.
Do you listen? Do you listen to interview Ango Ablai? One man.
Don't worry about that.
Listen, Ango Ablai yesterday. Do you listen to the interview? He said that from Kaduna, he said APC and PDP don't have anything to offer Nigeria. That's old man from Kano.
Right. So
They are looking at Obi and Pankwaso.
All right.
No,
Yes, he said it that they are focusing on Obi. They are focusing on Obi. Abulai, the man from Kaduna State. There's nothing good will come out from PDP and APC. They are not voting them.
No, hold on. Can the moderators?
Do you know what the interview yesterday?
When I say hold on, that includes you. Can the moderators? These comments that I've highlighted. Can you put this person on a 5-minute timeout and on a warning? And comments like this again, then I'll have to block you. Sorry. Let's get back to Black League. Black League. Black League. So to you were on that space. Then just the embossing of Peter Obi's poster on prayer mat. You are saying there's enough sophistication for them to understand that this might not be from Peter Obi. Black League.
Yeah, certainly. And I think.
No, you were actually talking about Dino. So, but carry on. Just carry on.
Oh yes, we had moved into Dino.
Yeah.
But yeah, Dino is right. In terms of, I think what was bothering the country the most, which is insecurity. And I say that because nothing can be achieved when the country is insecure. The country cannot develop, both human and capital development is limited. And the Peter Obi's China model cannot be achieved with insecurity. China was able to do that because they had relative peace in the period where they were building. But in our situation now, I think we need a candidate who's going to frontally face the issue of insecurity and give us a decisive roadmap on how he or she would deal with the problem and put it as a thing of the past for the country. And I don't see Peter Obi so far articulating that point well enough to gain my support.
Okay, so as it stands now, who do you see sitting on that Aso Rock seat? 1, and 2, who would you prefer? So who do you, in realistic terms, think is going to sit on that seat, and who, in wishful thinking, would you like to see sit on that seat? So after that, and then I'm going to Joel of Nashville.
It's too soon to call, but from what it's looking like today, it's either Tinubu or the man from Kano State, Kwankwaso. Because as Alexander Gomez alluded to earlier, I think Peter Obi his move is basically going to limit the votes that should or normally go to Atiku. That's the southeastern vote. Now it's going to be shared between Atiku, Peter Obi, and if Okowa might be able to lay his hands on some. And that's bad for the PDP. And that in turn automatically just gives the advantage to the APC and the candidate. As for the northern part of the country, they still have some votes to share. But I think Kano is looking like Kano is out of the picture because Kwankwaso has deep political roots in Kano State, and he has overwhelming support. And Buhari is out of the question now. So I dare say in northern Nigeria, there's no single politician that commands the type of followership that Kwankwaso currently commands. So I think Kano State is out of the picture now. So when you look
what are you?
So when you look at the spread of who can get the spread of the votes, that simply means plurality of vote. Who can score the highest, and also who can score the constitutional provision that you must have the spread. Spread meaning you must have 25% of the total votes cast in 24 states. I see Tinubu doing that, and I see Kwankwaso also doing that. And I think it would be an upset if Peter Obi decides to have an alliance or coalition with Kwankwaso's party. Then that might cause an upset, especially if there's a rerun, because the only way you can take away that clause in the Constitution that says you must score 25% of the total votes in 24 states. The only way you can render that void is to go for a rerun. That means have a draw and then go for a rerun. When you go for a rerun, the Constitution only provides for plurality of vote. No more 24 states, no more 25%. Just who can score more. If a situation like that occurs, I see that alliance between Kwankwaso and Obi taking the victory. But for now, I think they're still undecided. So I'm giving that edge to Tinubu as of today. Tinubu, I see him there. Now for wishful...
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, no, I was going to, but no, land, then I want to add on to that. So land, yeah.
Okay, just from the political analysis of today, Tinubu has the edge. For wishful thinking, my man is not even contesting. I have two people. It more or less used to be Pat Utomi, but after interrogating and just watching the achievements of the man from Anambra State, the current man in charge, that's Soludo. I mean, wishful thinking would say since there's this call for the Igbos to produce a president, I think he would have been my best candidate.
Yes, and mine as well. If I were to handpick the Nigerian president, I would just knock on Soludo's door.
Yes, I say that. I say that just because he has all the attributes that Peter Obi is bringing forward and more. I mentioned earlier that security, as we have it in the political and social temperature, if I'll put it that way, of Nigeria, is we need the country to be secure. And just from what the moves Soludo is making right now in Anambra State, I mean, there used to be a lot of tension with the IPOB, the ESN, and just kidnappings here and there, even in neighboring Imo State. I mean, just him being so forceful and so firm as a leader to really promote dialogue between or amongst these contending forces, I think is commendable. And Anambra so far has been quiet relative to what we were hearing in the past. So I do think he has that edge.
He's a superstar. He's a superstar.
Yeah, over and above the rest of his contemporaries in the Southeast.
Would you say he? Well, would you agree? Because this is what I think. But would you agree that he has a superior brain to a vastly superior brain to Peter Obi? Soludo.
I cannot say that. I cannot say that to measure, whose brain is superior. But in terms of achievements on paper and in practical terms, in terms of exposure within Nigeria and outside the country, it's a landslide for Soludo. Soludo really, he came into limelight as a central bank governor, but he achieved pretty much over there, and he got lots of awards that are verifiable. I mean, there's no shade to be, but his awards are verifiable and they are real as the central bank governor. And him trying to be governor of his state after that. He has tried, he has failed, and he tried again, and he was able to be declared winner. So I think just his track records from the central bank and now his short stint as the governor of the state, to me, it's a landslide for him.
All right. And to the question I was going to ask you, do you think Kwakwanso is running for the presidency or is running for relevance? Because I am not of the thought that he's running for the presidency, but do you think he's running to be president of Nigeria or is running for relevance?
I mean, there are some states in this country that once you come from the top politicians from those states tend to be very ambitious. Kano State is one of them. I don't know when last you had a governor from Kano State that didn't want president. And the South is Ogun State. This is the first time I'm seeing somebody from Lagos. Well, there's talks that he's not even originally from Lagos, so it might not count. And then the South is Rivers State. Most of the governors, if not all, since this democracy started, from Odili, Amechi, Wike, all wanted to be president. So those three states, they make a triangle. Just bank on it that whoever emerges as executive governor would want to be president, or whoever their top politicians are, or whoever their top, the people with the most political relevance. It might not even be a governor. They would always gone for presidency of the country. So Kwankwaso, be rest assured that he is really gunning to be president. He's not in politics to make a statement. He has a very robust background when it comes to politics. If you go for just political experience, he is the most experienced. Only him has been an ambassador of the Federal Republic. He has been a senator of the Federal Republic. He has been Minister of Defense. He has been in both chambers of the National Assembly as a senator, as a House of Representatives member. Not only a member, he was a presiding officer in the National Assembly. One time, Deputy Speaker of the House of Reps. So I mean, it goes on and on. A political advisor and so on and so on.
Would you say anybody in Molete knows that there's a human being called Kwakwanso in Molete, Ibadan?
Well, the thing is, there are 774 local governments. So you will still find people in Molete that know a Kwankwaso. If the numbers are not enough, there's still 773 other local governments. And you have to go by the Constitution. 25% of the total votes cast in 24 states. Oyo as a state can be able to be won 25%. He doesn't need majority. And constitutionally, if he can get 24 states like that, he can be sworn in as president. So you always have to see what the Constitution says and what reality can provide.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So that's Black League, one of your favorite voices. So thank you, Black League. Stay with us just for as long as you can. And let's go on to Joel quickly, who has been here all day, patiently waiting for his turn. So Joel, will come up to you. Good to have you back. I think your phone switched you off for a moment. So Joel, of course, we go to your man. That he continues to dominate the headlines. So we stay with him just for as long as he straddles the media top end. And he straddles it now, just by not even saying anything. But his supporters just viciously going after this pastor who just posed to encourage the youth to be a bit more reticent in how they point their votes. So this is the thing now. The undoing of Peter Obi would not necessarily be that people don't love him, but just really self-sabotage by his supporters. But Peter Obi not coming to the defense of this pastor, a cause for concern. Joel, your thoughts?
Okay, good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be. First and foremost, I want to use this medium to say, to apologize to the Muslim community and to, I don't really know what happened with the pastor, but for whatever it is, he may have made a statement and people attacked him. Okay, good and fine. But, whatever it is, we just want to say sorry. We apologize. You see, in a season like this, the people that really have the zeal to go out there and make a change are usually the radicals. In Obama's time, there were radicals. The people that came out to vote Obama, most of them were first timers. They were the one that pushed it, just like it is happening in the Obi case. It happened with Trump. But in all of this, the bigger picture should be, who are they defending? Who are they trying to talk about? What did the person on the ticket, say? If you have listened to everyone that spoke about Obi, apart from the stingy comments and all that, you find out that they keep telling you first and foremost, they tell you Obi is what? A nice man. That should be, we take certain things for granted because we are not used to seeing someone like him. We are used to seeing criminals come out to tell us what they want to tell us, and they tell us shut up. And that's the kind of people we believe, because we are still transcending from the military era into democracy. So we still have this strong man mentality, and it will phase away gradually. Today, nobody is even talking about Peter Obi coming from the Igbo. Nobody's even talking about it. So you'll find out that the narrative of the Civil War is gradually taking off our lexicon, off our consciousness. Because before it would have been, they started the war. No. Today it's about, look, Nigeria is sinking. With PDP chose Okowa, all of a sudden, nobody thinks about, but little did everyone know that the person that actually committed the coup is from present-day Asaba. It's not an Igbo man that started the coup, if you want to put it that way, but he's our brother. And Chukwuma Nzogbu is our brother. He's an Igbo man. But it's in present-day South, Asaba. And he was picked as the vice presidential running mate. Nobody is talking about that because the country is sinking. So my own thing is this, please. I am not saying to disregard, because that would be, to act like it didn't really matter. But the situation in the mosque, somebody might have gone there and do it and done stuff like that. We say, we're sorry. Peter Obi didn't go there to put it. He is not that kind of person. He is not even arrogant. If you attack him, he doesn't attack you back. So that's what I'm going to say as regards to
Do you think it should be arrogant? Do you think you need some level of arrogance to you to be a leader?
The only arrogance you need to be a leader is to show what you have done and where you are going to take the country to. You can be proud about what you want to do. You can, be repetitive because you are sure of what you're going to do. And that is the arrogance you see in Obi. But it comes like a passive arrogance. So it's not like in your face, but I am telling you what I did. Most of the things that they are disputing, I listened to you earlier on when you did your go and verify thing that came up on the... We all know who Nigerians are. These are not words from Peter Obi. These are people that came out and said, Peter Obi won the best governor from Belinda and no. Why? What if we pay much attention to it?
But you, I'm not saying you specifically, but you in broader terms, you were feasting off that narrative until it has been debunked. People were
on the Melinda gate. I have never talked about Melinda.
No, not you personally, but you. I mean, the Peter Obi enthused space. That space was feasting. They were feasting on that. Even the Gates, they gave him best governor in Nigeria. This, that, and the other. It was for polio eradication in the southeast. That was
And you,
all.
you finally found out it was the best governor in the southeast. So there was a best
No,
in it.
not best
Many
governor in the
people would have.
southeast. Best governor on polio eradication.
That's what I'm
Not
saying.
yes, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Best governor on polio eradication in the southeast,
Right.
right? And Melinda gave gave the state the $1 million, right? That is where I am coming from. The money was given, so you will know that there's a communication issue.
Yeah, you tell
coming.
him. Yeah, we've been telling him all day. Yes, you tell him. Yeah, is that your daughter putting you right?
No, that's my first son.
All right, good.
So that is the way it is, right? So it is not Peter Obi saying these things. These are people being so enthusiastic about the future. They feel like there is hope. When you look at the street, you look at those students that are home. There was a lady that came, a young girl that just about to finish before this strike. She was like, oh my goodness. So I'm just surprised. I don't know what I'm going to do. You see how she is shaking. Like if I'm out of school, what will I do? Now it is not like those days when traveling out was really easy. Many countries have tightened up their noses as regards to immigration. So you're not even moving out the way you ought to move out, except probably you had your citizenship prior to COVID-19. So many countries are trying to tell you not to come in. The other days, unfortunately, we lost so many in the Moroccan state. So these things are real issues, about us as Nigerians and Black nations and Black nation in general. Okay, so I'm not going to tamper much into it. For those that felt offended about those entrances, these are overzealous fans. There is nothing you can do about it. We see it every day. You go to watch football in maybe in PSG, they throw a banana at the person, or they have racist law. Does it mean that the company if it was being played in Chelsea? By the way, I'm a Chelsea fan. Does it mean that if you play in a particular stadium and the fans were racist towards a player, does it mean that the organization supports what is going on? What you're going to do is you come out and you place certain sanctions on those fans, but that doesn't make the organization racist. So Peter B cannot be complicit in this issue because he did not do it himself, and you have seen his utterances in the past. So I wouldn't want to align that with him or his ideology.
All right, Joel, I'll take you to a non-political space in a moment, but the problem that the incoming is going to face, this is just an example of it. But before I go there, let me acknowledge your super chat and the super chats to say, it says, are Obi supporters creating a fictional character from their imagination? Sometimes it's like they mold his character as they go along. So yes, this is the thing that we're starting to untangle and unwrangle somewhat. Obi supporters creating a fictional character from their imagination. Sometimes it's like they are molding his character as they go along. So just to you, Ayo, it is not just the followers that are creating this fictional character. I think Peter Obi somewhat he creates that fictional character too. Just that $1 million that was given him by the Melinda Gates Foundation, the Gates Foundation for polio eradication in the Southeast. Just that money. When he received that money, Ayo, he said he was going to, because that money, the Naira equivalent then was 120 million Naira. So when he received that 120 million Naira, he said he was going to match it with an additional 120 million Naira. And with that money, he was going to build 10 maternity units in local government areas. He was going to build a block for the State University of Medical Services, and he was going to fumigate the state for malaria. All of that from $1 million. So that embellishment is something that somewhat are encouraged by Peter Obi because he's prone to the hyperbole as well. So there it is right there. So
were you referring to me, or I don't know if you're talking about
the Ayo that is super chatting. He's super chatting to say that they are creating somewhat of a fictional character with the Peter Obi narrative, which some people I wouldn't even say gullible people, because it's very easy to be seduced.
I don't know if I know it's not my turn, right? If I can just say something real quick.
Go on. Yeah.
I don't know that this is a winning strategy for Tinubu and Atiku loyalists. Trying to impose a purity test on Peter Obi is laughable. It's laughable when you have someone who was pretty much saying it was his turn and was almost bragging about paying delegates, but we're trying to pin some sort of crazy upside down world purity test on Peter Obi. It doesn't make any sense, and no one is buying
Ayo, do you know Obi's have catchphrase? Go and verify. This is what he invites, isn't it?
Yeah, go and verify. And that whole
is that empty words?
They actually
go and verify.
They actually released this statement. I mean, people, once again, there's so much fake news going around that it makes your head spin. So the thing is, if you're checking your fake news from a Nigerian publication, don't even bother. Because they can all be bought, and you don't even know which one is true and which one isn't. There is a reputable source that the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation came out and said that they didn't say he was the best in, what was it, eradicating polio or something. They said he was one of the best performing. And there was no money, and I'll find the site and I'll put it on here.
Let me point you as you're going. At the 6th of July 2013, so that was the date that you should be checking. The 6th of July 2013, that was when he got the award. So that was where I went to check to see what award was being given to him.
Was it a Nigerian site?
It doesn't matter.
Of course it matters.
Can you hold on? It
How
doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, let's just leave it. But it doesn't matter now. It was
of course it
was in 2013 when it was being given the award.
I don't know why we thrive on trivial issues. This is as trivial.
Sorry. Can you hold on now? Sorry, Joel. What do you mean? Is it a Nigerian site? Is a Nigerian governor being given an award via an American person, and that American person designated a Nigerian minister to go and give him that award in a Nigerian city? So when will you be getting the information?
Bring up, if it was an American award by an established institution like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, you will be able to find that.
No, that's ludicrous. Apologies, it's not ludicrous, but it's a bit far-fetched.
Why? They will give someone an award and you won't find it on their social media site, on their portal, on their publication. We're going to go to.
Are you disputing that the award was given? Are you disputing that the award was given?
I'm not. I'm just saying there wasn't a cash. There wasn't, from what I read on a reputable site. There was no.
Put the link in the thing. I want to see it.
I don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't have it on me, but I know I read it. I read it a while ago. It wasn't a Nigerian site. It was them pretty much just saying that, because a lot of people were saying that he won the best in Africa or something. He didn't win the best in Africa. He was one of the best performing among others, and there wasn't $1 million cash reward or anything like that. From what I remember, I read, and I'll see if I can find it. I'll post it on here. But the reality is, during this silly season of Nigerian politics, please.
No, you're not. Provide the evidence first before you go to silly season, because I have provided my evidence.
I don't have this.
So then let me point you to where you should go. Go to the 6th of July 2013 and search there, because that was the date he was given the award. The 6th of July.
What site am I searching?
Of course, just use the dates to do a research. But let me go back to Joel. So Joel, so I think we've lost Joel to childcare stuff. Are you back with us?
I'm here.
And I'm inviting everybody to go and do the same, by the way. Just go to the 6th of July 2013, type Peter Obi, Belinda. It's all there. But back to you, Joel. I was going to take you to the space. We paid bandits. So this is now the problem that the incoming is likely to face. We paid bandits 400 million naira to allow us farm. This is the Kaduna community. So you wonder then what level of profit there is for the farmer to. And by the way, this is not something that's happening. This is going 3 weeks deep. So they are painting a picture that they are levied 3 times at the beginning of our harvesting. Actually, let me bring it to you quickly because it's well worth a reminder. A leader in the Benin Gwari Emirate of Kaduna State, Abdul Rauf, has revealed that farmers in the area paid about 400 million naira to bandits in order to be allowed to carry out their farming activities. Abdul Rauf disclosed this in an interview with journalists in Kaduna on Thursday. The community leader, who is a former broadcaster with DW Radio, said about 200 million naira was paid to bandits by communities in Randigi district. He said 200 million naira was paid to bandits in Randigi district alone. When you talk of Benin Gwari local government area as a whole, it's between 300 million to 400 million naira paid to these bandits. According to him, the communities contribute money to pay the bandits during the pre-farming season, mid-season, and when the crops begin to yield. There are 3 stages of paying these types of taxes to these bandits. You have to pay pre-season, mid-season, and when the crops are about to start yielding. You may pay these bandits because they will not allow you to have access to your farm. Then, at the end of the season, when you're harvesting, you will give these bandits some money before you access your farm. And when you access your farm after paying these taxes, they will now tell you that apart from giving them money, you will give a ratio of 2 bags to 10 of all assorted grains. For these past 3 years, this is what Benin Gwari people have been enduring, and we are now in a state of hopelessness and frustration. He described the payment as one of the measures taken by residents of the communities to defend themselves from bandits. The community leader also disclosed that the residents are ready to take up arms to defend themselves. Randigi is one of the areas where the bandits have their route through Zamfara to Niger State. Yesterday, the people of Randigi confronted these bandits who tried to overrun. So it goes on and on. So it paints that picture. So essentially, this is a government, this is a quasi-government. They are paying taxes to bandits, and they have been for 3 years. So that is what the incoming is coming to face.
And the only person that can really attack this issue headlong is Peter Obi. Right. I will tell you why. I'll tell you why. You see, it's okay to laugh. It's your right to do so.
That wasn't me.
I want to go by. I want to go by facts. Peter Obi said he is going to have a state police. The problem we are having in Nigeria, I think we've discussed it before. We are going to continue having this issue, even if you have 2 million policemen. You are going to continue to have this issue. For those of us who stay in the United States, without the social welfare program of the government, this place would have been a wild, wild west. Why am I saying this? Because they have guns. We have over 300 million guns. We have at least 1 gun for every citizen on the streets. That is legal. So when you add the illegal one, then probably it could be 1.5 per person. So this is the situation we have found ourselves. So if that is not really settled, if you have 2 million policemen in Nigeria guarded, yeah, they will be able to make impact. But at the same time, if you do not address the issue of hunger, if people do not know where their next meal will come from, some people will rather go still and die because their life is useless. So that is what I was saying, because when Peter B said that, you were saying that, how is he going to do this? How is he going to do this? He said it nice and clear. The natural and unnatural. The natural is the one, or the natural or the direct is the one that, you know, you make sure you go and you confront these people. But the unnatural or the indirect is the one that you have to start pulling people out of poverty. When people are sure of where the next meal will come from, there will be we will have a significant amount of them not wanting to join these gangs or trying to cause any mayhem to the society they live in. It is unfortunate about what the people of Niger are going through in the hands of these bandits, or I call them terrorists. But the issue is that there is no smoke without fire. If we are taking it back a little bit to 2012, when Buhari said that killing of Boko Haram was disseminating the population of the north, and we just looked at it this way prior to an election. The blood and baboon we bathe in water. The dog and baboon we bathe in blood. Comments. These were comments that were made towards 2015. When the person came in, it emboldened those people. So it is no more the bombings now. It is about an ideology. But we are just so.
Well, if you say it's about an Joel, if you say it's about an ideology, is it then something that can be resolved as by something just as simple as?
Yes, the thing there is that we got the other day. I made comments about. I made reference rather about the comment credited to Mr. Governor Bala Mohammed, when he talked about every Fulani in that area, that axis is like, so you cannot control who comes into your country, and you cannot control who leaves your country. We must have a proper data system in Nigeria, a centralized data system in Nigeria, where we shall know who are Nigerians, where we would know who is coming in and who is moving. Even if you come in through the illegal way, you won't be able to access anything because your name or fingerprint do not belong to the data system. And when people are living okay in their little cocoon and you want to come cause trouble for them, they know where they are. Even as we speak, they know where these bandits are. But they cannot say, because if they talk, the same policeman that is going there is the same person that is going to tell them who told them their location. So it is a bad situation that we are in. The security of operatives have not even paid enough. So why would they take bribe? So we need a state police. Peter B said he wants to make a state police, even up to the universities, even up to the local government. Then they can
that of course Akeredolu's initiative, because it was Akeredolu that birthed that.
You cannot say it's his initiative. It has been in the debate. You can't say it's his initiative. It has been in the debate for long. Even in 2015 when he was addressing the platform, he made comment about it. He stated it there.
Where did he state it? You know, go and verify. Also,
go and verify. Look, Peter B has gone past. Peter B has gone past this issue of security. He said it in Harvard. He said it in Harvard. You have the police, and you know how it is.
What was it? Sorry, Joel. What was his security record in Anambra? If you don't know, say you don't know. I have a security record in Anambra. It was a failure, by the way. But if you don't know, it was a failure security-wise.
No. Under P2B, go and ask question. It used to be there are people they call Ndimpewazu that you see at the hair bridge. Ndimpewazu is that they will break your back. Immediately they see you, they lift you up and they will flog you one kind chain or knife and your back will break. That's why they tell Ndimpewazu. They will fuck you up. They'll mess you up. Sorry, let me not use that.
Under Peter Obi, insecurity had one of its highest spikes in Anambra State. Killings, senior people constantly throughout his administration.
No.
I have it
Security is a continuous challenge. You will deal with it as the day goes by. Security is not something that you deal with and you say it's not going to happen again. With all the forces we have in Lagos State, there's still insecurity in Lagos State. Would I blame everything on someone?
Yeah,
that
but
would
there
be
was
unfair.
a particular spike. There was a particular spike under Peter Obi's administration, and
It doesn't matter.
It did something unseemly actually. Because people were rejecting him, and then he straddled Ojukwu, and then he used Ojukwu because Ojukwu was dying at the time that Peter Obi
No,
was
this is what happened. This is what happened. This is what happened. The Aboros, the people he came to fight against. It's just like you come into Lagos State now and you want to fight Tinubu's boys. Who are Tinubu's boys? The Aboros. It was a fight. Even till today, that is the fight. What is his name? Soludo is having in Anambra State. They will tell you, the citizen will tell you, do some research. They will tell you there is double, triple, or even quadruple transaction from people they see on the street. Before you pass here, you give us this money. Before you offload these goods here, you give us money. Those are double tax. Those are triple. Even sometimes they tax them 8, 9 times before they even drop their goods.
Joe, were you around Anambra when Peter Obi was seeking re-election?
Yes.
Do you remember what his campaign poster said?
I'm not
going to push you, but I remember what is. I know from all the researches, because like I said, I'm going to unravel this guy. So what his campaign poster said then, because he had failed in his first term and people had had enough, and then they were using images of Ojukwu holding Peter Obi's hands. And do you know what the catch line read? It says, "I vote for this man as my dying wish. That is my dying wish." That is what he did. He used Ojukwu's failing and dying moments to that guy, man.
Yes, the reason why that happened.
3 more videos, you will abandon this
No,
guy.
no. You're getting it all wrong. What happened then? What happened then was that he said there must be sanity. You cannot. The hair bridge furniture. It's the eye of the east and south, even to an extent the south. You cannot say, okay, if I have a late bus travel and I have to stop at the hair bridge in Onitsha, I will not be safe. It cannot happen. And he went there and he cleared them. The problem he had was with the young Agberos in the Onitsha and Nnewi axis who had refused to go. Obiano came in and they came out. Obiano fought them, and he left and he ran away. He left them to continue to operate.
Do you know that under Peter Obi's administration, both personnel and cost of governance increased? I have the data.
I cannot say the cost of governance increased. If you say it increased, in what areas did it increase? Because he cut down the cost of governance. Look, let's not even go to the cost of governance. He did fantastic work with whatever he had. He made available the security votes. All those things were laid out on the table. The governor's house, the governor's lodge used to consume 30% of the entire budget. Go to your state and ask your governor, how much is the budget of your place, your government house, towards the budget, towards the state?
Joel, Peter Obi was outperformed both by Chris Ngige, his predecessor, and Obiano, his successor. So the comparison is within that state. So we're not comparing it with Lagos.
You cannot say any of them did. You cannot say Ngige, because the circumstances that led to Ngige coming into power was different from him. And the devastation suffered by Ngige was repaired by Peter Obi. Then when after Peter Obi finished, Obiano now rested as the foundation of his administration based on the progress Peter Obi made.
Ngige came in under a more hostile environment than Peter Obi, and
that's what I said. The circumstances were different, but the thing there is that they went after Ngige left, right? In one of the interview, Peter Obi said that after they swore him, he was like looking for the governor. They said that the governor was on his way outside of the country. He had nothing to work on. So that's what I'm saying. Like the devastation.
No, that's the storyline that Obi is putting out. I'm going to
No. But that's what happened because the devastation. Because when Obi came in, we had no government house. Like I told you earlier on, it was burned down by the OBI'S and the thugs.
Yeah, no, that's all
right. The radio station was burned down by the thugs.
No, that's
the government lodge was burned down by the thugs. When Peter B came in, that's what I said, that the circumstances that Peter B met when he came in is different from when Ngige came in, right? So when Peter B came in, he started building the government houses and the destroyed properties of ABS, Anambra State Broadcasting Station, and all that. He has some baggage that came in. He had about 8 billion naira in pension fund that he had to pay off. So he has so many challenges. But what instructive?
It wasn't paying salaries.
30%.
It wasn't paying salaries. What do you mean?
No. He never owed nobody.
The doctors were on strike for 13 months. The doctors under Peter B. The doctors.
No.
I have the data now.
Look, let me tell you. Do you know today? Do you know that during Peter B's time, a state and the Anambra State University received the highest amount by any governor.
All right.
5 billion naira. Today, as I speak to you, Anambra State is not on strike. Anambra State University is not on strike. It was because of the financial backbone. Peter B called them and said, look, we cannot continue like this. We need to graduate. We need to have consistency. What will it take for this to happen? And he also did something very instructive. He said that Nigerian universities are the only universities where you graduate students. They leave the school.
Those are just leave the fairy tales now. Hold on, I'm talking about data. You are talking about leave the fairy tales now. What I'm telling you,
it's not fairy tales. It's not fairy tales.
Hold on, let me answer. Let me ask you a question, and you tell me yes or no. Under Peter Obi's administration, were the doctors, the locally employed doctors, in Anambra State, where they are on strike over pay for 13 months? Yes or no?
I don't think that happened. If it happened, there's something critical, something critical might have happened. But this is what I'm trying to make you understand. When Peter Obi left power, nobody, including contractors and suppliers, were owed 1 kobo. And when he was leaving, that is the fact. When he was leaving, he paid up all the pensions. When he was leaving, he had about 75 billion naira for the state. The first in Nigeria, and that's the reason why Nigeria should give him a chance.
Forget the fairy tales now. Let's stay with that out. Leave the fairy tales. Do you know why he paid pensions? Because if you don't know, I'll tell you.
Right.
He paid pensions because he was owing pensions quite vigorously. But this is going for, I'll go and dig it up again. But there was a famous incident when he was approached by an octogenarian, a very elderly woman who sees his Bible publicly and embarrassed him over her pension. And that was what forced that. You remember that? Do you remember that?
Yes.
So that's to tell you that. Do you know? So forget.
But do you know that was how long after he got into power? 1 month.
What do you mean 1 month?
That was 1 month after he got into power. Right. That is what he said. He said he went to a church in the morning, and the woman said that he should not come in. And I said, what is the problem? He said that they've not paid them pension. And we all know that Anambra, my auntie thought it was a principal in Anambra. Anytime I go to see her that time, because every time I want to go back to school, I go and do taxi. I go and do some taxing. I go everywhere, go tax everybody. When I go there, she will tell me, oh, they did not pay all this month, or my pension, they've not paid me.
We all did that, by the way. You know, every time we are going back to school.
And that's what I'm trying to make you understand. So that's what I'm trying to make you understand. He paid everyone. This is what a problem he met while in government. And if you come into a position, your job title does not say complain. What your job title says is do the job. Peter Obi came into Anambra and did the job, and he should be applauded. And that is where
can I interject one man in Nashville, please?
All right, go and verify though, and I am going to verify. But let's hear from you, Thomas, and then after Thomas, I want to go on to to Ayo if he's still with us, and I think he still is. Yeah. So yeah.
Oh
Thomas,
yes.
go ahead.
My brother, you talk about the what they call it, police, state police.
Yeah.
I will tell you, my brother, if Nnamdi Kanu give up the his agitation in the southwest today, and is truthful about it, there will be state police. I will say why I said that. I will say, let me explain why I said that before you respond. I will say why I said that. Because if they were employing police for state police in the 5 southeast standard state in Nigeria today, who is the person that will said, I want to be a police? It will be the southeasterner. The most people there will be southeasterner. Then you guys are still agitating for Biafra. No state, no country will weaponize a region that is want to secede from another state, from another country.
No, that's
Let me
government.
finish.
That is the
Let me
government.
finish.
Okay.
Let
Go
me
ahead.
finish.
Go ahead.
Please. Let
Go
me
ahead.
finish.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
because if they want to employ state police in Anambra today, who are the people that will come out? Is it not the IPOB? Is it not the ESN that will come out that want to be a state police? So you want Nigeria to equip that region so that they can fight against the government. So that is just my view there. So if you guys stop the agitation today, Nigeria will get state police, because Nigeria will never, if I'm a president today, I will never weaponize that region. That is just
okay.
Can I talk? Are you done?
Yeah, go on. That was Thomas.
Can I respond?
Carry on, yeah.
I don't know who said this. I don't know who asked this question. Was it Ayo?
It was Thomas. Thomas.
Thomas. Thomas.
Yeah.
Thomas. Thank God I meet you today. Oh, Thomas, you're here today. Okay. Thomas, with all due respect, you still belong in the past. You belong to the way before 1960. That is where your mentality are. Your kind of people in Nigeria, we have gone past you guys. Nigeria has moved on. You are still playing the Biafra. Who is still talking about Biafra? How many places have we gone and they talking about Biafra? Who is talking about Biafra in this movement? Are Biafrans, are they not part of...
talking about Biafra 8 months ago. So
No, are they not part of Nigeria? I have asked you. You that is asking me, Thomas, today I meet you. Let me ask you this question. When you look back at 1967 and you see what happened prior, probably I don't know if you know your history, but if you knew what happened, it was political instability. I'm just going to give you a rundown. Religious and tribal wars. Our economy wasn't doing just that good. The politicians were using the police as a rag and all that. Then the military struck. These were the reasons. If you knew what happened prior to 1967, 1966, when we had the first coup, that is what happened. Now, that is what led to the war. Now, today, if I'm asking you, has anything changed between 1967 and today? Nothing has, it has gone worse. So who was stupid for going to war? At least if I am going to war with you, I say, you know what? No, you cannot leave. And I say, this is the reason why I want to leave. You say, no, if you're going to stay with me, everything will be fine. I would love to see a country that accepts everybody, a country that's even progressive. Has Nigeria been progressive since we had a civil war? No. So that is why I say you belong to the past. Your kind of politics is so crude. Your kind of thinking and mentality is so backward. We cannot.
Hey, bro, don't insult me. Don't insult me.
We cannot.
Hold on, Joel. I've muted you for a moment. Joel, I'll just ask you to caution the language. Caution the language.
Okay. Sorry.
Attack his points, not him. Sorry.
But the silver lining here is this. Nigeria has gone past it. If you believe so much in religion, where is that part of Nigeria that religion has made so good? If you believe so much in being a Yoruba, where is that place in Yoruba land that is so good? If you believe that you are Hausa, tell me that place that I will go and I will feel free and I will sleep.
What about the point that he has made, though, that because of the secessionist narrative that was as early as 8 months ago in the Southeast, the Nigerian state recoils from having weapons in that space because and that secessionist narrative is 60 years deep and is still holding till today. We still have
the reason why we still have these agitations is because we still see these injustices. So when you are saying, don't go and fight, and tomorrow somebody comes into your farm with his cow and eat up your farm, and when you want to talk, they kill you, they go into your family, they kill your mom, they kill your dad. Tell me how you are going to convince that person that Nigeria is fighting for them. So sometimes you just think that there's somebody that called these guys and say, hey, let's sit down and be IPOBs. No, it is the situation of the society that is making them to do that. When Ibuho came out, Ibuho had his own. Probably, who knows where Ibuho would have been today, if he wasn't arrested. Of which I was angry because I wanted him to change the narrative. So the issue now is that I want to make this thing known to everybody listening to this show. The percentage of IPOB and ESL or whatever you call they call themselves, the percentage in compared to the Igbo population is less than 3%. It's less than 3%. How can the actions of a few of us be a reason why we are not going to have our thing? So does it mean that who are those that are going to get police and jobs in the Southwest? Would Ibuho boys not be part of them? Is that Ibuho not talking about secession? Why are we making this thing about the Southeast?
All right.
That is my point. That is my point. The people of the Southeast, when the time comes, the people are going to come and fight out for the positions, and people are going to go in there. And if there is we're also going to have mechanism, it's a Nigerian thing. As Nigerians, we also have to have a central mechanism on how to check those who are extremists. After all, we hear about these bandits being part of the army. These terrorists get information from people in the army. Have you said that we should ban all the Northerners?
All right.
That is my point.
All right. Thank you, Joel. So as ever, passionate about matters affecting Nigeria. So thank you, Joel. So let's go from Joel to Ayo, who has been waiting patiently. So Ayo, apologies, by the way. When I was saying Lude Cross, I was actually meaning
please, you know me.
It wasn't even a rude word, but it came across a certain way. But apologies for that. But
no problem
to the space then, start off with Pastor Poju and his casual tweet that has now led to a beating. So your thoughts, Ayo?
First of all, if I may address the Yoruba people in the comment section that are trying to question.
They're trying to corner you away.
They're trying to question whether I'm Yoruba or not. It's almost laughable. It's almost like you can tell, if you understood anything about Yoruba culture, you would say Ayo is probably the most fervent Omoluabi on this platform, because everything I do and everything I say holds dear to the tenets of Yoruba, and no one here even knows what those tenets are. So it's laughable to me. You know, Yoruba isn't just a culture, isn't just an ethnicity. It's almost a religion. And the thing about the modern Yoruba man is he doesn't understand this. You know, he doesn't understand the power he holds in his history, in his culture. He feels like he can just sell it for a little power or a little money here and there. Anyway, I don't want to go off on a tangent, but I don't want to curse anyone out. But guys, please do not question my Yoruba-ness. It's if there's one thing that irritates me, it is that I have no reason to try and misidentify myself. If I were Igbo, I would say so. I'm a Yoruba man. I've always been. I will always be. My son is Yoruba. My worldview is Yoruba. And this is why I don't need to align myself with the most evil, corrupt Yoruba man ever to lead Yoruba, to be the front runner in Nigeria as the Yoruba candidate, to feel like I am being true to my culture. So anyway, back to what you were asking. Who put Malam Ayo on my thing?
That's me being mischievous. I'll remove it quickly. But so back to his name, Pastor Poju. I never even knew he existed as a person, but then I'm not really in that space. But really, what the attack is just something.
So it's laughable, and if anything, if anyone, you know me, Peter Obi wasn't my guy initially. It was Professor. It was Shore and Payo. Those were my guys, and they didn't pan out. So, you know, for me, I look for the next logical person. So it's not about my ethnicity. It's about trying to get to a destination, you know, and I'm not concerned about the journey. The journey is irrelevant, and who takes you on that journey is irrelevant. It could be a Yoruba guy, it could be Igbo guy, it could be a Hausa guy. You know, if what's his name? This the most in my opinion, smart, honest, progressive Hausa or Fulani guy ever to great Nigerian politics was running, I would support him, but he's not. So
Sanusi.
Exactly. So, you know, for me, it's about the destination, not about the journey. So this pastor guy who is saying cyberbullying and toxic disobedience is becoming a problem, it's laughable because people are losing their lives. You have a group of people who are sort of like just with impunity going on people's property, killing them, going to people's farms, eating their crops, being protected by the security apparatus in the country, and nothing is happening. And then people are beginning to cry about cyberbullying. Oh, please pass me a tissue. How can you cyberbully me? People are dying and losing their lives and their livelihood. And we're turning a blind eye to that, and we're worrying about cyberbullying, really? In Nigeria, this is not the Western world we're talking about here. We're talking about Nigeria. And it just shows you they have nothing to go by. Because if they had real tangible issues to latch on and to weaponize, they would. But the pickings are so slim that they have to go after cyberbullying. And it just shows once again that the Yoruba race, we have fallen a lot. In the last 20 years, we have fallen a lot, and it's disappointing. But we still have some key people who are holding true. Afeni Fari, Ayobanjo, the leader, Igbo. We have some people who understand what matters. And they understand the true nature and the true power that's inherent within our culture. This would not happen 200 years ago. This would not even happen 100 years ago. The last hero we had in Yoruba land was Awolowo. We've had many, and we will have many in the future. But to latch on to this guy's, to hitch onto this guy's carts and think that he's going to lead you to the promised land, when he massacred his own people and turned a blind eye and didn't say anything for how long with the NSAS. And if you're not even worried about that, the fact that during that Hausa Yoruba problem in the north, in Ibadan, he went to the north to pay them money. He didn't even pay Yoruba people lip service. He didn't even pay them lip service because he was so beholden to the northern elites that he didn't want to lose his position of power. And now we're all lining up behind him and we think that we owe him something, and if we don't, then we're not Yoruba. This is disgraceful. It's so disgraceful, because this is not who we are. And with the risk of seeming arrogant, I would say we're the most progressive, the smartest, the most organized tribe or ethnicity in Africa. I would say that. Okay, and I would never line up behind that guy. But to not seem like I'm trying to make this emotional, because it's not. It's just sometimes it's very, very painful for me to know, because I do a lot of reading. I read a lot about our history, and I know what we are. And a lot of people don't, because you were born in Yoruba land and your dad and your mom were Yoruba. Doesn't you may not understand the true power of our culture. You may not, especially if you are not curious. And you think that because some guy has a Yoruba name and is running for president, that means you have to line up behind him. You don't have to, and you shouldn't. And especially those of us, which most of us, all of us on here are educated. You know good from bad. There's no one that can come on here and say that this guy is a good man in any regard. There's just absolutely no way. Peter Obi may not be a saint. He doesn't need to be a saint. He's the guy, in my opinion.
Does he have to live up to his billing?
Well, he needs to live up to the same metric that everyone else is being judged by. And
so how is it different then?
Exactly. So if you're not asking questions of purity of Tinubu and Atiku, which no one would dare.
We know they are criminals. We already know they are criminals, but is Peter Obi a criminal too?
Well, as far as I know, he is not. Is he a perfect man? I don't know. Maybe he has his flaws. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe he doesn't put the cap on his toothpaste after he brushes his teeth in the morning. Who knows? This purity test may extend to that point where we're questioning his toothbrushing behavior, because it's beginning to sound ridiculous to me that you have people who you can pull up their criminal records.
Are we right to interrogate his record? Are we right to interrogate or not?
Absolutely. Right. But you interrogate his records and you hold it up to your other option. So let's interrogate Peter Obi's record. And what is he being accused of? What crime has he
cronyism, nepotism, fraud, abuse of power, incompetence, all of it.
Incompetence. Let's start there.
Yes.
I don't think you know how a governor is incompetent or an executive is incompetent. Right. The people he's leading are usually the people who bring that charge. Now, do you know of anyone in Anambra when he was a governor that says he's incompetent?
Several.
Okay, well, I don't. And at least in the echo chamber, they seem to think he did a good job. And he was, in my opinion, from what I have read and what I have seen, was probably one of the better performing governors at the time in his state. Now, you have governors who don't pay salaries for whatever reason. You have governors who just wholesale steal from the funds for that state and use it for their own pet projects or hire people they want to hire. And no one seems to come. I mean, that's almost normal now in Nigeria. And I don't think we can. I think if we're going to interrogate his performance, I think we need to come up with tangibles. I think we need to be honest. Maybe he doesn't have the stature. Maybe he doesn't have the political clout. Maybe he doesn't have, his name doesn't instill fear or, I don't know, confidence in people, and that's a different argument.
If it doesn't inspire confidence, then that's damning, surely.
Well, and that's a different argument, and maybe he's not known, and we can have that argument. But to try and pin him as incompetent or corrupt, I think is
no. The data show that.
What data shows that he was he's incompetent.
Well,
the fact that he built how many hospitals, the fact that he built how many schools, the fact that he paid pensioners, the fact that security actually, and I heard you interrogate someone's opinion on his security achievement when he was governor, it was actually pretty stellar.
No, it wasn't.
You know, so I mean, if we're going to pick a guy apart, we should at least have the facts.
You know, Ayo, I've done a video on that space, which I'm going to. It's actually up, but I'm not going to. I'm going to publish it tomorrow on the Peter Obi's tenure as Anambra State governor. It's not as impressive. In fact, not only is it not as impressive as you think, it's actually pedestrian, very pedestrian stuff. No, I think have I released it already? Yeah, if I haven't, yeah, I think I have actually, but maybe or maybe not. Yeah. But there's nothing to write home about the guy. I can tell you that.
Well, maybe.
But one man, I don't know where you get your fat. One man, I don't know where you get your fat.
From research.
I know. It's one of the best.
Guys,
we still start.
Guys, now, please.
That's Moses now. But carry on now.
Guys, so obviously, and this is one man's format. He's very provocative sometimes. He plays the devil's advocate, and I get that now. I didn't get it, a while back, but I get it now. So you don't think what was the word you used? You don't think he performs, or he performed at the time?
I think it's pedestrian. It's 40%. 40%.
Okay, okay, great. For his 40% pedestrian, compared to who are we comparing him to?
Well, to his successor and predecessor.
No, but he's not running. He's not running against his successors. We're comparing him to Tinubu. This is a debate of choices, right? So we can't hold Peter Obi in a vacuum and interrogate his purity and not contrast it with the guy he's running against.
In terms of corruption, in relative terms, is equally as corrupt as Atiku and Tinubu, because corruption. No, hold on.
Please,
let me land it, and then you can debunk it. Is corruption is relative to the resources that was available to him. So for the corruption that has already been able to identify attributed to him. If he was in charge of Lagos State, then it would be to the Tinubu level. And if he was in charge of the Economic Council like Atiku, it would be to Atiku's level. So is corruption relative to the resources available to him? It's at the same level as the other two.
Okay, so you're saying that he should. So is he still extracting resources from Anambra State, even though he was governor a while ago, like Tinubu still is doing in Lagos?
Yeah, if that was available to him, I'm sure he would
Why
have.
wouldn't it be available to him?
Because they couldn't straddle the state. He couldn't win the election in the last round.
So you agree? It sounds to me like you agree that Tinubu is still extracting wealth from Lagos.
Well, no, I'm going by your.
You just literally that was a Freudian slip right there.
It wasn't. And if Tinubu is, then really Tinubu is a criminal, so there's no equivocation about that. Tinubu is one of the worst elements. We know that.
Okay, good. Well, that's the guy he's running against, and I'm glad you ended this debate yourself. You said you literally.
Yeah, but he's equally as corrupt. Is my point. He is equally as corrupt relative to what was available to him.
Maybe so, but at least he has the decency to put forward some sort of plan to get Nigeria on track. Tinubu's plan is Emiloko. That's his plan.
Atiku has a better plan.
Well, Atiku is not really in Nigeria now. He lives in Dubai. He can't even be bothered. He can't even be bothered to stay. At least just let me just tough it out and stay in this country that I'm running for.
You know that with Peter Obi, you are leading Nigeria down another cycle of doom.
You know what? No one is expecting Peter Obi to be a messiah, but you know what needs to happen with the next president? The next president needs to have common sense. And if you've had Peter Obi speak, maybe he lacks sophistication, maybe he lacks the prowess or the strategic thinking of Tinubu. That isn't what we need right now.
Ayo, would you not say for where we are, we need somebody that is actually inspired and not common sense?
No.
We actually need somebody that is inspired.
The problem right now is really basic. You
No.
need someone complex with untraditional, unconventional ideas when you are at a certain level of cruising. We're far from that. Right now, Nigeria's problems are common sense. They're common sense problems. They're problems of the fact that we're still having a debate. What was the last guy who was on here? Someone was saying that the security issue will be solved by state police, which is 100% correct. The headsman problem will go away tomorrow, if there were state police. And the person is saying, well, maybe iPod people will become the police of the Southeast. Of course they would. Absolutely. Why wouldn't they? They should. That's their land. They know what they're protecting.
So it's a secessionist group. A secessionist group.
The reason they're a secessionist group is because they have no control over their affairs. The minute they have control over their affairs, they won't be a secessionist group. They will protect their land. Like the same thing that Yoruba people want to do as well.
Biafra till I die. Is that not their mantra? Biafra till I die.
Yeah, Biafra.
Then you give them guns. Then you give them guns.
We've talked about this on this platform probably about a year ago. Even Nnamdi Kanu was preaching restructuring. Ojukwu went to the what's it called, the Aburi Accords with Gowon to map out a restructuring plan, and that failed. Clearly, these are the two most foremost agitators of secession, and they are okay with restructuring. Both Ojukwu and Kanu. So clearly, the problem is not secession. The problem is they have no control over their affairs, and neither do we, the Yoruba. Maybe we have a little bit better than they do because we don't have the military there shooting people. But the reality is, the only reason Nigeria is still an entity is because the Yoruba people haven't decided really fully and wholly to leave.
Yeah, that
and
I
that's
agree.
why they feel like they need to.
I agree with that.
We're losing that power. Yeah. We are, because Tinubu is only in there for himself. He has done nothing for Yoruba land. And it's almost mind-boggling. There's so many people on here trying to call me Chukwudi or Igbo. You call me what you want. It doesn't matter.
Don't worry about the comment section, by the way. You know, so sometimes I don't look there because they are vicious. They are vicious in that comment section.
I'm almost disappointed in my people that you think I have to be. I'm too accomplished to feel like I must support some loser dude to feel powerful. I'm sorry. I've worked too hard in my life to do that. And I'm surprised that more of us are not, speaking in that voice. I mean, the guy there's just no way to ignore all the wrong he's done. No one is perfect. And I'm sure even Awala wasn't perfect. I'm sure. Even though he seems like he was the most perfect leader we've ever had. I'm sure if you dug deep, listening to Harold Lloyd, if you type him in on YouTube, he would say, yes.
It's not Yoruba.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm hearing now. Everyone is on here telling me that I'm not Yoruba.
And
yeah,
even
exactly.
swear. I swear.
Relax. We got you, man. Relax, bro. We got you, man. Go ahead.
So anyway, without going too far into it, it's not even about that anymore. It's about, listen, we need stability. We need someone to at least right the ship. No one is saying Peter Obi is going to take you to the promised land and make Nigeria the next Dubai. Nobody is saying that. Not even the Biafrans are saying that. Everyone is just saying this trajectory we're on is unsustainable. And Tinubu is likely to continue with it if he feels it's going to empower him and his selfish intentions. And the only logical person who is going to at least change course is Peter Obi. Now, the security issue is very straightforward. We have one ethnicity. We're not even talking about Northerners. It's not the whole Northerners. It's the Fulani, one group out of 250,000 or 250 groups. at least in the country, that is creating problems. And you think if someone goes in there and says, create state police, get these people out of your forest, that problem won't die tomorrow. I don't care if all of them even have atomic weapons, they won't survive in your forest. And I am not talking about the Nigerian Fulani that we all know, we all grew up with. Everyone knows the Megad, or the guy selling Tom Tom. I'm not sure how old any of you are. Tom Tom.
Yeah, man. Don't worry. Tom. We all know Tom Tom, sadly.
Yeah, I'm talking about the obvious Fulani that are not even Nigerians. And we know them now. You've seen pictures of them. They're like, these guys are not from here. They're from Mali. Why are we pretending like they're Nigerians? They're not. They're brought here for a reason. And some may consider it a conspiracy theory. But the reality is, there's no smoke without fire. Some people are saying that the reason these people are here is because they're being sponsored by Turkey and Saudi Arabia. They're trying to Islamize Nigeria using the Fulani as a tool. This has happened in the Ottoman Empire before. This is why history is so important.
Are you discountenancing that? Because that's my thought too. These people are being sponsored certainly by Turkey.
Of course. And why do you think the government? I don't even think Buhari would not release the name of the sponsors. This is how deep this shit is. I think with all the heat on him, if he had the power to, he would release the name of the sponsors. But he doesn't.
God bless you, Ayo. God bless you, Ayo.
He doesn't have the power. He's been used as a tool. And this has been going on for... Does anyone know about the Ottoman Empire? They overran Spain, Italy. And they were using people like the Fulanis to conquer until the Crusaders came and kicked them out. This has been going on for at least the last 1,000 years. Why do you think they don't teach history in Nigeria? Why do you think that was a Nigerian decision? Don't teach history in your school. You really think someone in Asser Rock came up with that idea? Let's not teach history anymore in schools. There's so much more to this. Look at the Nigerian Army coat of arms. Why is there Arabic on it? Go ahead and pull up the Nigerian Army coat of arms. Does it make any sense? In a secular country, no one speaks Arabic.
The Nigerian currency as well. The Nigerian currency.
Currency. Why is there Arabic on it? This goes a lot deeper than we want to know. Okay? The Fulani are being used. They are not that ambitious. I tell you, they're not. They're a tool that is being used by some puppet masters. And this is the perfect president for that. And I think he's finally realized that maybe I've bitten off more than I can chew. And he's beginning to backpedal. And it will take someone like Peter Obi to flush the system.
You were doing so well, Peter.
Tinubu cannot flush the system. Peter Obi will flush the system by default. And when I say that is, he knows, or we know, that we can expect some change in the direction of the country, whether it is the chief of army staff and the core people in the military instituting or pushing for state police. Tinubu is not going to do that because he's still going to start thinking about ambition doesn't go away. Anyone who is ambitious knows this. Once you attain your goal, you start looking for the next one. But you start looking for the next goal with an eye of not disrupting what you've already created for yourself. He's not going to rock the boat with the North. He won't. And those of you who think he will and bring you prosperity, you're kidding yourselves. So anyway, the security issue is bigger than we think it is. Nigeria is not a secular country. I heard Black League on there stating that Nigeria is a secular country. Nigeria is not a secular country. There is nothing in the constitution that states Nigeria is a secular country. I've had this debate with another group that I'm on for a very long time, a while ago. And we went through the constitution. It says that the state would not adopt any religion. That is completely different from being a secular state.
Right. How so?
how it does. A secular state means that you can worship as you wish, or you can choose not to worship if you don't want to. That is what secularism means. That isn't what is in the Nigerian constitution. What is in the Nigerian constitution is the Nigerian state will not adopt any religion.
Yeah, is that not by default what you said prior?
Well, it's not, because a secular
there is no state religion, so that then facilitates that you worship as you. What I mean, I'm confused. What are you saying?
So by that definition, you would think Islam and Christianity are given the same gravity in the Nigerian constitution, right? Sharia law was mentioned 23 times. Islam is mentioned about 42 times. You know how many times Christianity was mentioned in the Nigerian constitution? None. Not even once. Go and read it now.
No, but what you have said is the Nigerian state is a secular state in law,
Nigeria
but not in
is
practice.
not a secular state.
Well, you've just
Nigeria
said it is now.
masquerading.
You've just
Nigeria
said
is a member of the OIC.
Right.
Signed up by Babangida because of pressure from Turkey. This has been going on for hundreds of years.
Yeah,
this
but what you have just said, all right, but what you've just said, Ayo, because you even defined it by your own parameters, that the country does not have a state religion, which by default means it's a secular state.
No,
so
it does not. It means,
all right.
let me tell you what it means.
Okay,
it
go
means they're not ready to impose Islam on you because they have not.
No, but that's your interpretation. That's an interpretation now.
And then let me finish, and then you can disagree with me. It means what you have read doesn't mean it's a secular state. Secularism is not debatable. It's very clear what it is.
Right.
You don't have to be religious. You can have no religion. That is part of being a secular state.
Right.
The Nigerian constitution states it's masquerading or pretending to be a secular state because Nigeria has not been fully captured by the Muslims.
So how are you no, hold on now. How are you disagreeing with what I just said? Because you've just repeated it. Nigeria by constitution is secular state, but by practice not. That's what you're saying.
Nigeria by constitution is not a secular state.
Right.
Nigeria by constitution is ambiguous. However,
what does that mean? What does that mean, ambiguous?
So it's left out. However, Islam is mentioned, or Sharia law is mentioned 23 times. Islam is mentioned 42. Christianity is not mentioned once. It's an ambiguous state. You have Arabic on your currency. You have Arabic on your army's coat of arms for no reason. It doesn't make sense. We're not talking about. We don't have Yoruba. We don't have Igbo. We don't have Hausa. We don't even have Fufude. We have Arabic. And no one.
A state that does not have a state. No, so you are misleading people somewhat. No, you are misleading people somewhat, Ayo.
So there is an Arabic on the currency.
No, hold on. A state that does not have a state religion is a secular country. Now, Nigeria is a secular country constitutionally, but not in practice. It is.
Okay. Anyway, so let's just agree to disagree. I don't believe it's a secular state, and they will not declare that it isn't a secular state until the Southwest is captured. That's just the fact. They're not too concerned about the Southeast. Once the Southwest is captured, then they will declare that Nigeria is an Islamic state, and anyone who doesn't come on board will, you know how it is in the North. Okay, so we can try to fancify everything. I mean, and this is human nature. This is one thing I've noticed is that even in the time of desperation that we're all experiencing, or people, I shouldn't say we are all, because we're all in the West, but people at home are experiencing. We're still trying to look away and put out. I don't know if we're willfully ignorant about what is going on in Nigeria. It's very clear. You don't have to be an expert on anything to understand what is happening. Why are people lurking in your forests with automatic weapons. Why? There is no justification for that.
Ayodo, the story, the Nigerian narrative is gory enough without the need for embellishment. It's gory enough. We
So
all know
people
how,
are not lurking in your forest with automatic weapons.
No. What that is what I'm saying. The story in Nigeria is gory enough, is dim and grim enough for us not to add embellishment. So we all know all these, and it is within all this that we're permutating politics. So nobody is ambivalent or ignorant of all of these things. We all know that the situation is alarming. I'm not sure that it is news to anybody that the situation is alarming. We all know this.
Okay. All right. So anyway, back to the topic. But whenever you want, please. I need someone to explain to me because no one has seemed to explain to me why there's Arabic on Harmonio. Can someone explain that to me? Is everyone just so scared?
It's Islamification, isn't it? It's Islamification.
But we're not we're a secular nation, right?
Why we're in secular nation in law, but not in practice. Sorry, Babati, go on. Yeah.
No, if that would be a question for your rep in the house to bring up that in Parliament. That can be challenged in Parliament. Somebody can raise that motion and question that. If you have somebody representing your people.
You know that has been questioned. Do you know what they said?
What did they say?
They said Arabic is a language, not a religion, and that there are some people within Nigeria that this is what they said. So this is me just quoting the counter narrative. They said Arabic is a language, not a religion, and there are people in Nigeria who have no grasp of English, but they have a grasp of it. So that's what they are.
So basically,
there's no one in Nigeria that can speak Arabic before they speak Hausa. No one, not one person in the north of Nigeria that speaks Arabic and doesn't know how to speak at least Hausa. So that's bollocks. And I think we all know that.
Yeah, but the only thing that I'll push back at your comment so far is that discounting the importance of the religious and cultural divide and how it influences how people vote in Nigeria.
I agree.
Because some people have so-called momentum. I mean, once you've seen the subsidy momentum, the NTAS momentum, and you see how that ended, because Nigerians have redefined the word endurance, the meaning of the word endurance. Just when you think it's enough, they push back, they move the goalposts. So even though you're seeing this so-called momentum now, I would not be surprised once again if they move the goalposts again. So don't be surprised if you think that they've had enough, and once again they push the goalposts again. And this is the question: when is enough for the Nigerian voter? That's my own concern.
You know when it's like I said, typically, I mean, the same thing happens here now in the States now, where there are shoot-ups in schools every now and then. Everyone's like, how is this going on? But anyway, the next everyone goes on with their life. Right. It doesn't really become real until it happens to you or someone you know. Well, Nigeria has gone to the point where a lot of people, I don't want to say majority, but maybe even majority in the north, knows someone who was killed by some insecurity situation from either a terrorist or a bandit or kidnapped or something. In the south, I think it's mostly by people are killed by mostly the security apparatus, whether it's rogue police or in the past maybe SARS or rogue soldiers. But sure, there was and that's been the biggest thing we've seen in the south, and they're going to try to normalize that. They're going to try to normalize that.
Let me also ask you. I am a proud gun owner. Okay, I'm a proud gun owner. Everybody knows that. Okay. Yeah. So I've always said that even though I think people should bear arms, we don't have enough data to capture Nigeria so that people can have that individually. That we already have security organizations in Nigeria that we can license guns to, like your Amotekums, your local community policing. So you think that, because that would be my own best, at least if you cannot go to the state police route yet.
Absolutely.
And for long-term solutions, we have short-term solutions before we get to them, because state police will take time to implement all those laws and training, and it will take time. But the short-term measure can be giving this security agencies apparatus some form of licensing that they can at least secure people before you get to debating state or regional policing. That way we don't everybody gets killed before we can. So that would be my own.
I 100% agree with you. I don't think every state, if for whatever reason Buhari came out tomorrow and said, okay, go ahead and form state police, not every state in Nigeria is ready to do that. Or
But
even
do you know why though? Because the one hold the Fulanis have on the country is the control of the security apparatus, and once they give that up, then they lose control of the country.
Exactly. I mean, know this, but you're absolutely right. You know why? Because if there's state police, there is no more coup. There can never be a coup again in Nigeria. Because especially an organized region like the Southwest,
right?
If all are Motekun, and we had most of our leaders have been honorable and decent and pious men in Yoruba land, I would say. As in, when I say leaders, I'm talking about Yoruba leaders overall. Like what Tinubu is.
Sorry, who's that? Is that? Oh, that was Charles. But Ayo, round off in a couple more sentences just so I can make sure I capture everybody. Yeah, back to you, Ayo.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So anyway, in summary, I feel like we need to try and take a look at the big picture. Sure, it feels good. Strangely enough, I have to fight this impulse myself as a Yoruba guy. When Tinubu won that APC candidacy, for 2 days, I was actually happy. I was like, oh, yes, he won. So I'm not immune to ethnic impulses. I'm not. I'm not. And that was the only reason I was happy, because this guy, anyone who knows me knows I despise this guy more than anything because of his antecedents. And then I realized, listen, big picture is I would like to at least have the option of retiring Nigeria. I would like the option of taking my son there. I would love that option. But the way things are going, I can't. And it's likely not going to change if an APC guy or a PDP guy comes in, because we're really just going to do the same thing. It may be a little better, and there may be some slight variation to the chaos and dystopia that we know now, but it's not going to change very much. We need a guy to come and really shock the system. And in my opinion, I really think the only guy, even if he's not aware that he's the guy, and this is probably why his following is so I don't know, they have so much fervor for him, because when you hear him speak, it's almost like, is this guy clueless? Does he know the country? This is a product of Nigeria. This is a guy who's been in politics in Nigeria, who comes up with solutions that he comes up with solutions that almost seem like he is completely oblivious of, he hasn't been sort of like marred by the Nigerian situation in some respect. Now, maybe he gets in there and he doesn't do anything, and that's a real possibility. That's absolutely 100% possible. But at least I would rather take a chance on change than continue the way we're going.
All right, brilliant. Well, thank you, Ayo. So thank you, Ayo, for that. Always a brilliant submission by Ayo. So thank you, Ayo. Let's go on from Ayo to Ifeanyi. So Ifeanyi, are you there? I think we've lost Ifeanyi just from the weight of it, from waiting around for so long. So from Ifeanyi, let's go on to Thomas. Thomas, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, one man.
Right.
Can you come back to me, please?
All right, brilliant.
Yeah.
So let's go on to Moses then. Moses, are you there? All right. Just because I'm coming towards the end, so the people that are not there, I'm going to be letting them off the screen. So Moses, are you there? Moses, I saw you on mute just now. It's only when we don't want you to talk, you talk. But when we want you to talk now, you see this guy. Which village are you from again? Is that Abaka?
Dis-Obi-Dient.
Look at that. So let's go to Ajale Koko then, who is here. So Ajale Koko,
I'm here, one man. I'm here.
I told you when you hear that Obi-Dient, he will answer.
All right. So Ajale Koko, let's quickly go to Moses and then we'll swiftly come to you. So Moses, then to the conversation. Your people now, not by your people, I mean the Obedience, they are launching at this pastor just for trying to sensitize the youth space to be a bit reflective on who they vote for. So anytime they invite somebody to think before they vote, at the obedience, they go after them. But before you come in, let me acknowledge Kulata's super chat, which has been sitting on the screen for a while. It says Northerners were literate in Ajami before English. So I'm not quite sure what Ajami is. I think that might well be some Islamic tonality. Northerners were literate in Ajami before English. So thank you for the super chat, Kulata. So that's Kulata now. I'm not quite sure. So you have to explain what Ajami is, or whoever knows should explain. So to you then, Moses. So the rebel rousing again from the Ipobians, they are going to self-sabotage the way it's going, Moses.
Come again. I don't understand you.
All right. So we're talking about the way the IPOB, they were attacking some pastor who was just asking people to vote with sense. Oh, no, sorry, not the IPOB, the Obedience, yes.
One man. Good evening, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, my fellow people, viewers all over the world. I greet everybody.
This your avatar. This your avatar is a bit funky. Eh? What's this your avatar?
This movement of this movement of obedience. You know, this obedient movement is very mighty movement. It's beyond Obi himself, and it's almost all the region, not east, or not only east. If you both even if you go to north now, majority north now is everywhere now is Obi. I'm telling you the gospel truth. By tomorrow, they will launch up to 19 office of Labour Party. So there will be a big celebration for North tomorrow. So this movement is not only southeast; it's all over Nigeria now. The movement is very, very mighty. So P2B cannot be everywhere.
Moses, how come it's 90% southeast that is promoting it? Because 90% of the people that come to promote it here,
if you are calling 90%, if you are not east east are supporting P2B 100%. But this thing is not only southeast. This is region. Everywhere now is supporting P2B, because any person that wants to see Nigeria move forward will support Obi, because Obi have the let me tell you something. What Nigeria now need is transparent government. Person can be anytime you want to hear from. P2B is the kind of presidency where we say, if P2B be Nigerian president tomorrow now, anything that happen, you will hear from him. Not the kind of president you will maybe something will be happening from Nigeria. You will ask him whether if president is alive or not. So now we need the kind of president that is transparent. We can hear from him anytime, any moment. That is the kind of president Nigeria needs now, because Nigeria is collapsing. You understand? So why everybody now is calling Obi, because Obi is everywhere, is accessible, anytime, any day. A vibrant president is what Nigeria needs now, who can answer people anytime, any day. That is the kind of president Nigeria needs now. That is why everybody is clamoring for Obi. You understand? So I believe that Obi will give us another dimension of rule. Not this kind we are seeing Buhari. Something will happen, but
are you saying he has learned from his failure in Anambra State?
Come to that, I have never seen where Obi fell in Anambra State. If you go to Anambra today, ask for Obi, they will tell you Obi is the best governor Anambra have ever had. I'm telling you the gospel truth.
The statistics don't show that.
No, don't go to don't. I see what you post. You post last you post in your page. Those things you post, some of them is false news. You can't be posting something that you can't verify very well before you post. There is one blog that the Instagram, this Insta blog. Before Insta blog will post anything, he will know that this is very reliable source. Not everything you cannot see fake news there.
All
Before
right.
you see something that before you analyze it.
All right. Let me share a screen with you. Let me share a screen with you. This is because because not only do I do these things, I even give you the dates, etc., etc. When I told you to go to the 6th of July, 2013, to go and check Peter Obi's record. So this is what somebody in the comment section did that, and this is yet another source. So polio eradication, Bill Gates Foundation name Obi best governor in Nigeria. So for polio eradication, so this is it right there. So it's all of, so don't worry. I check and double check and triple check before I put anything out. So when I put something out, I'm pretty sure that of what I'm putting out. So everything well sourced. And Peter Obi.
Do you believe this? But do you believe this one now?
No,
do you believe
hold
this
on.
one now?
Can you see the dates on it? I'll highlight it. This was in July the 6th, 2013. So this is not something that is speaking to Peter Obi running for president. This article was from July the 6th, 2013. Can you see it? Where my cursor is? Can you see? So
I asked you a question now. Do you believe this? Do you believe it?
What reason is there to disbelieve it? It's fake news from
No,
2013.
I asked you now, yes or no? Believe this?
Of course.
No,
I have
do you
no
believe it
reason
now?
not
Yes
to.
or no?
I have no reason not to. It's just they're just documenting something that happened. So what's there to disbelieve?
Because
all right.
see now, as this election is going now, one man. For example, now everybody will be seeing many write-ups everywhere. But okay, likewise now, what happened now? Tinubu is in France, and this man come yesterday say we can go meet Tinubu in France. Now Tinubu have come out now say nothing like that happened. So news go if something that write-up, even many news carried that headline yesterday, but it's false news. It's lie.
It's 2013.
So
did I not just show you the date? It was in 2013 that article was written. Were they trying to stop Obi from being president in 2013? It was in 2013 that he got the award that you guys are claiming best governor in Nigeria, but it was just for polio.
Those things, this kind of thing can be changed at any time. It's internet now. Everybody know that. I can do it. I can do it 100%. You will not know. I can do it 100%. You will not notice it. So this thing is internet now. You can go there and change anything you want to change.
All right, brilliant. All right, fantastic. All right. Let me take you to a different space. We paid bandits 400 million naira to allow us to farm. The Kaduna community crying out. So this is the Nigeria that whoever becomes president in 2023 is going to inherit, Nigeria Buhari style.
That is why we don't need any Fulani man again, because they can't do the job. Are you hearing me?
I'm hearing you.
Yes, that is why we can't need Fulani man, because Atiku know what is happening. They can't fight Funanis because he's their brother. I can remember one certain time, Notala say if you kill any you are killed or not, that kind of stuff. So you can't fight them.
Who said that?
I think it's I think either Rufai or something like that. Was that time good luck regime. You understand? It's any you kill, you are killing the not. So you can't fight them. So I believe that if God may have it, Peter will enter, you will see the change. You understand? You will see the change. So Atiku cannot fight them. For Atiku self to delete the tweet shows that he's nothing. He can't do anything. So Nigeria have reduced in a way that to go. So for you to know that there is no security there, sir. No security. They are just rolling about in the north. Nobody is chasing them. That was yesterday. They killed up to 20 soldiers. I hope you heard that news.
Well, it's every day, isn't it? Which day are they not killing soldiers? It's every day.
So for you to see that,
but that was in Niger.
That is why we don't need that kind of president. But it's in Portugal or what? While you see what is happening in Nigeria, he don't care. You can't see Buhari talk. You can't see Buhari act. What you do if you come back and say those people they will do this, they will do that, nothing will happen. So we are tired of this kind of Fulani people. You understand? So let's focus. That is why we need vibrant young man like P2B to save Nigeria. P2B is not a saint, but I know that P2B will put Nigeria in the right shape. Everybody will be proud of Nigeria.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you. Thank you, Moses. So Moses, for reasons of time, let me go on to Ajale Koko. And Ajale Koko, good to have you. You turned up later. People thought we lost you for the day, but Ajale Koko does join you. So Ajale Koko, we're talking about this just attack, somewhat brutal, towards Pastor Poju Oyemade, who just cautioned that people should not vote with enthusiasm, but they should be a bit more reflective to make decisions so that they are not sold a poor project. And this, the Obedient thought was pointed in their direction. And you know, when they go after somebody, they go hard. This guy was forced to delete his tweet. Obi never even said a word, even though this guy gave him the platform that brought him to prominence. So that is it, Obi. If you don't serve his purpose, he shafts you in the back.
Yeah, oh man. Let me urge every listeners around the world to please click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you have not done so. I see a lot of people on the platform, and I don't know why they are not clicking on the like button. A lot of you on the platform, why do you come on the platform and you cannot click on the like button? Why? I don't understand. Is that a kind of laziness in us as people that wouldn't do the right thing? People that are waiting for them to be pushed? People that doesn't know the right thing to do? When you come to the platform that you enjoy, that you sit down for almost 4 hours, 5 hours a day listening and enjoying it and chatting, what's the point that you cannot click on the like button? The purpose of the platform is to educate ourselves and, and enlighten our people around the world. So by clicking on the like button, you'll be able to help the YouTube algorithm of the platform, to go wider. So I'm just urging you to just click on the like button and let's do this thing together. We are all doing what we are doing here is to, come together every day and discuss our country and, we don't force people to do what they don't want to do, but just talk on the issue and mold opinion, That is just that's just what we're doing here. So I urge you again, please click on the like button if you haven't done so. So thank you. If you are responding now, I really thank you all. So to the question, one man, you see, this is not the first time they are doing it. And most of these guys doing it, they are young guys, they are young people, they are the youth. Most of them will be in their 20s. They don't care when it comes to attacking people on social media. That's what they know to do best. Attack people, bully people, that they don't see people that they don't see as having the same mindset like them. This is what these young people do. To effect change that can give them a better country, a futuristic country. They don't want to participate. To effect change that can guarantee a better country for coming generation behind them. They don't want to do that. They don't want to do it. Let them come into politics. Let them come and participate. They don't want to do it. Only to be online and be chatting and be just attacking people, bullying people all over the world. They bully you if you are in Nigeria, you are in London, wherever they are, as long as, you know, they are on social, they will bully you, they will attack you, call you names. It's just shameful of them that because of the passion you have for OB, and you have to be bullying people, you have to be attacking people that does not support OB. Must everybody support OB? No. What you see in OP that is positive to you, other people don't see it like that. So I don't know. They're not helping. They are not helping. They are doing more harm in marketing OB than the good they are doing for him. This the persistent attack of people that doesn't believe in OB, we scare some people that are still looking at OB, looking at him as an option. They scare some people away. A lot of them call people names, different kind of names, because of OB, not supporting OB. So it's just, but it's a good thing that, I mean, on the other side, they are trying to do good to support a candidate, but they should tone it down. They should not attack, you know, people that does not support their candidate. That is not the way the game is played. Maybe people need to tell them. And the leadership that are around Obi, particularly Obi himself, should be able to speak.
Do you think he is showing leadership in that space of the toxicity of his support? Because this is something that people have raised severally, but it has not been addressed frontally, you know, and it was quite quiet on this Pastor Poju's space. And the Pastor Poju, he runs a space that calls the Platform, which is some think tank sort of a space where he brings opinion leaders to discuss with a select audience. And it was this space, that's the platform that he runs. It was one of the places that's propelled Peter Obi into prominence. So this guy has always supported him, always availed him of his platform. And now that he's under attack by the Obedience / Hypobians, he just turns it back.
Yeah, that is the way they will scare a lot of people away from supporting Obi. Obi should speak. And I believe, since they believe in him, if he speak against the how do we describe it? Is it cyberbullying? Because it's cyberbullying. Can
I ask a question?
Yes. Yes.
I think you are getting it wrong somehow. because if you come ask question about Obi, nobody will bully you or nobody will insult you. But if you come bring a bad narrative about Obi, that's where you get insult. You understand? If you come ask questions about Obi, normally people will give you good answer. But if you come say something that can bring Obi down, people will bully you. People will even see what happened to Dino. What Dino did today.
What's the question again? What's the question? I thought you were asking the question.
The narrative. That's the angle narrative will be. That is why people, after the man delete the tweet, the man delete the tweet. So Dis-Obi-Dient, the movement is too much, and Obi have come. I can remember that was last month. Say he don't want them to insult anybody. Their focus is to make Nigeria work. If you go to Obi tweet, you will see it. At least last month, you will see the tweet. So sometimes Obi they caution them. You understand? So I want you to. That is the correction I want to give you.
No question. Okay.
Okay, Karen Ajale Koko.
Okay, thank you for that info. Thank you for that info. If you be have spoken against this cyberbullying of by a supporter of people that doesn't support him, it is good. You are spoken. It need to be said to remind them every time that this is not who I am. I am a Nigerian like other Nigerians, vying for the position of president because I believe we can do it together. Those of you supporting me now and those that does not support me, the fact that they don't support me today does not mean they cannot support me tomorrow. You should tell them to stop it. He must act like a leader. When leaders speak, the follower listen. That is the psychology aspect of it. When leaders speak, followers listen. So, the attack of these obese people against this man that I even help Obi to the prominent is wrong. It's very, very wrong. So, Obi must speak very often. We see him speaking on what he wants to do all the time. Nigeria is in a state of crisis, and this crisis can degenerate into, a tribal hate and stuff like that if his supporters, his core supporters, who are the youth, continue like this. And it's not going to help him in achieving the greater support that is expecting across the country, because they're making it look as if this thing is because most of these young guys are doing this are Easterner. They're making it look as if it is tribal. So if Obi is a leader, or some of his people listening to us, they need to speak to this man. A leader must speak firmly to his follower, and when leaders speak, follower listen. That is the way it works. He must recognize that, he must know that he is a true leader. So him keeping quiet Speaking one time. Yes.
Ajale Koko, do you think they can control them? They are just like mob that want to nail you down.
No, he can control them. Let me tell you this. The psychology
Are
of
you sure he can control them? Because Thomas is right. These people, they I'm not sure they are controllable. You know what they are like now.
Sorry to cut you short. Let me ask you, because it reminds me of the Tea Party, the way they were to the Republicans. Even though you know they are very out there, you still need that momentum that they provide. So it's also feeding off their energy as well. So if it calms them down too fast, it might not enjoy that sense of momentum. So it's like a cat is in a rock and a hard place. He needs that momentum that they provide him. But at the same time, if you tell them to calm down, he might also lose that momentum as well. So I think it's also feeding off that energy with the way they are right now. So it's in a tough place.
I agree with you, Babati. You know why you need to speak to them very often is because we are in a crisis. Nigeria is at a crossroad. Nigeria is on the brink of collapse because we have failed in every ramification you want to talk about is that hold country together. We have failed as a nation. We failed politically. We failed on security. We failed on economic, and the unity in diversity is weakened. We are sharply divided against each other in that country, along tribal line, along religious line. And this is why he must speak. And these people believe strongly in him. When he speaks and said, look, Nigeria is in a crisis. I don't want our people, I don't want us to, further divided against each other. I want to unite this country. Stop bullying people. If you want to bully people, don't support me. If you are such a character that bully other Nigerians are very treasure to me. All Nigerians, irrespective of where they comes from. You need to speak. Look, when the leader speak as a leader and make a statement that is very unique, very sensible, everybody will listen to him. But if he continue doing it because it's trying to boost their morale, and energize them, thinking that, the way they are acting now, bullying people, energizes or drive them to continue to support him, it will hurt him it could make him lose some support from other part of Nigeria.
Can I help you, please? Can I come in, please, just a little bit?
Yes.
You see, look, the person of Obi, right? Everybody knows who the kind of person Obi is. That is why no one person, even the politicians in PDP or APC, even in ANPP, I was listening to Abdul to what's his name again? The one that just left into that went into ANPP from APC. I was listening. No one, because the thing there is that if you see where Peter Obi is talking, you will understand that he's not that kind of person. So I would rather, you see, when it was the time of Buhari was fanning the embers of war. When he made the dog and baboon were soaked in blood, when he was making statements like decimating Boko Haram, was decimating the population of the north. But you had never seen Peter Obi endorsing any of this. Even the one that they did in the Quran, he came out swiftly and condemned it. The guy, this pastor we are talking about, I know that Peter Obi, he knows Peter Obi. Peter Obi will call him and say, Steve, Peter Obi can never, with everything that has been thrown at him, he has never responded to anybody. In times like this, people on their own, in the time even before Buhari came in, we saw stuff like this. It was hostile because the people wanted change. And honestly, I believe that most people that supported Buhari in 2015 did not support Buhari because they feel that Nigeria will be the way it is today. They supported Buhari because they felt that it will be better. But this is where we are today.
All right, thank you. So Ajale Koko, round off your thoughts on that space, because we're coming to the hours. But back to and whilst you are on that, Ajale Koko, the embossing of Peter Obi's campaign poster on prayer mats, which was also done, I suspect, by the same types of persons. So I mean, it's pretty much the same narrative, isn't it? A lack of understanding, a crude approach. You know, just this lashing. Thomas described them as a mob. So this is a mob type action, just without any pause for thought. Is that line that should not be crossed? Embossing Peter Obi's campaign poster on Muslim prayer mats. Ajanle Koko.
Okay, let me respond.
Are you there? Yeah.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, go on.
Let me respond to Joel. You see, all this defense for Obi inability to manage crisis, I think you guys are not helping him. You are not helping the cause. When every time people say something about Obi or they criticize or you just want to find one defense, it's not helping the campaign. It makes the campaign to some extent, people will just look at it that these guys are just running propaganda. They are lying. They are liars.
But he has come out and condemned it. He condemned it himself. What else do you want him to do? He condemned it.
He hasn't condemned it because
no, he put up a tweet. He put up a tweet to condemn it. He has come out to condemn it. You should know the type of particular one. Yeah, this
I'm
one.
talking
That's
about
what
this
I'm saying.
particular one.
Sorry,
Not
gentlemen.
the one for the pastor.
Yes, is the one for the pastor we're talking about now.
The one for the pastor I'm talking
for
about.
the one for the Muslims, it will run quickly now because he knows the cost of that.
So he have to come out and condemn it. You know why? Look at when all these boys that doesn't have home training supporting Obi. Look at when what's the name of that pastor in the East? Mbaka. When he spoke against Obi, calling him a very stingy man. Look at the rain of attack on that man. But what happened when Peter Obi responded? He called that man a man of God, that is his brother, that we always ask him to pray for him. Do you know how Obi, that statement, do you know how Obi repackaged himself to all Nigerians with that statement? He repackaged himself as a very peaceful man, as a man that will accept, a man that have love for everybody. This is what you need to be doing to give people that confidence, that trust. It can sell that trust, that trust me, even though you don't support me, But trust me, if I get there, I will not let you down. And I will not isolate you. I will not abandon you because you did not support me. This is the kind of packaging you need to sell to Nigerians. So he has to speak very fast on this guy, on attack on this guy, because this guy is very close to him. And they bully this guy publicly. He needs to respond to them. Stop it. Don't bully him. He's my friend. And I love him. And I will always go to him. I will always go to him because he's my friend. Whether you bully him or just stop it. You don't support me if you want to start bullying Nigerians. I don't want Nigerians attacking Nigerians. We are all the same people. You know that word, that statement, it will say something about him that is a man that believes in the unity of their country, is a man that loves all Nigerians, irrespective of their tribe and religion and tradition, is a man that, yes, is worthy to be leader. So, Obi, I don't know who is his advisor. Some of them might be listening to us. So this is my advice to them. They need to be speaking out, condemn violent, because these are violent boys. Violent.
I share in that though. I see that point from you though. I see it. I see. You're right. I mean, you're right. You're right. The promptness in response,
Yes.
should be swift, especially
Yes.
when stuff like this happen. I get where you're coming from.
We're in a crisis
But
in that country. We're in a
yes,
crisis.
I see
He
it.
must not. You should tell them, if you don't support, I don't need your support. I don't need people that are violent to support me. Get away from my side. I don't need you. If you are violent, if you go to attack Nigerians, no, I don't want you. That will send message to everybody.
There's something I want
to
to
the
say.
northerners, to the westerners, to everybody that are perceiving this support as if it is tribal support. That hey, this man it looks like he's a right leader. That yes, we will really be very firm when it comes to saying the truth, when it comes to acting right. That is what we say to Nigerians about himself. So, what is the second?
All right, Ajale Koko, very very briefly on this one. Is sorry, can you mute yourself, please, Moses? So very briefly on this one, is the embossing of Peter Obi's poster on prayer mats. So I think it's pretty much along the same lines. I'm not sure if you saw it, but let me show
I don't see it. Yeah.
All right, let me show it to you because I was quite shocked when I saw it. Knowing Nigeria and knowing how things play and people doing this, it's just it's almost as though they are from a different planet. Let me see. Okay, let me just bring it. I need to share the screen so that you can really see the fullness of it. So let me share the screen, and then I'll just give you a quick readout of it. All right, so let me just reduce this. So it says Peter Obi reacts as Northern Muslims condemn campaign posters on praying mat. So of course, you know they have praying mats in all the mosques where they do their praying. And so this is what they have done. Can you see? So they have embossed Peter Obi's posters on praying mats that are being used in mosques. So this is now how far they have gone. Former Anambra State Governor and presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has put out a disclaimer following a controversial campaign poster on a branded praying mat. This came after some Northern Muslims, via the microblogging platform Twitter, criticized a support group of the Labour Party presidential candidate for branding a prayer mat in a mosque with the politician's photo. According to them, it was wrong to hang anything portraying human or animal inside a mosque. So this is sort of the backlash. So these are the Muslims now coming at this. It says this is very wrong Islamically. I know Peter Obi supporters will justify this, but it is totally wrong to hang any picture portraying human or animal in the mosque. In a hadith, so they've gone into the hadith. The prophet said the angels don't enter any house in which there are pictures or statues, and on it goes. So the backlash from the north, but this really is the one that's I thought they know enough to know in Nigeria that this is an area that people should not go. So you can see it right there. That's not a paper on that matter. They've actually embossed the Peter Obi poster into the praying mat being used in mosques. So along the same lines, I suspect, as the abuse on Pastor Poju. But very briefly on that, for reasons of time, Ajali Koko.
Okay, so Peter Obi's camp have responded to condemn it, right?
Yes, they condemn that, but they're silent on Pastor Poju.
On the pastor. So because they know that that one will be very devastating against them in terms of vote. So that's why they responded quick. This is what we're talking about. They have to be very, very careful. Islam does not allow what they are doing. That's why you would never see even the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. You're never going to see his picture anywhere. During his lifetime, some people attempted to worship him. This is what we have in Christianity, that Jesus Christ, the religion is named after him. Christians, they wanted to do the same thing for Prophet Muhammad. He said no. They cannot do that. So, and that's why you can never see, just like they mentioned, pictures of human being because it's tantamount to worshiping idol. Is it idolatry? How do they tantamount to worshiping idol? So Obi's group, they have to be well coordinated. They have to be well organized. When you have a party, yes. Hello.
Do you mind if I ask you a question real quick? If you don't mind, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. So he can't be responsible for every single thing his fans do. I mean, this is becoming silly. He obviously didn't put it out. He apologized for something he didn't put out, or his campaign didn't pull out or put out. But we're still expecting him to do more. I mean, come on. I mean, and when it comes to Islam, there's so many different interpretations. The true Quranic interpretation of blasphemy, Muhammad, and this is in the Quran, and anyone, I challenge any Muslim on here to go and look it up. Muhammad himself said, do not kill, harm, prosecute anyone who blasphemes against me or our religion. It's in the Quran. So any other
this is not blasphemy. This is idolatry.
I know. But
this is not blasphemy. It's two different things.
Nigerian Muslims have sort of like taken this Islam thing to some crazy, ridiculous level where they feel they can kill people if they're in disagreement with, and no one has the balls to stand up to them. And
also maybe you shouldn't have the balls either, because it was that sort of language that Deborah used, and we know the consequences. But
well, let's just hope they see me before I see them.
And they're the same people you are relying on to vote for Obi. That's what I was talking about earlier, that they've not evolved past those religious
But the
differences.
thing
Yes.
is, it's not even the true teachings of Islam. This is the problem.
I know
All right.
that. I know.
We're not
That's
Muslims,
for
so
you.
maybe we.
That's for you. But I'm saying that they have not evolved past that yet. So don't
Well,
let them
and
vote
no
for
one
Obi.
is challenging them, so they won't evolve unless someone challenges them.
So how would they vote for Obi? How would they get their vote then? If they feel that kind of mindset.
Obi did not. He cannot be responsible for every single
I
thing
know.
millions of his followers
I'm
do.
with you. I'm with you, but I'm saying that he still needs their vote at the end of the day, right? He still needs those numbers.
Right, and he's done what he needs to do.
All right,
He's like,
gentlemen, we're coming up to 5 hours, but
For
let's
different- for
Ajalekoko
different
round
days,
off
for different days.
quickly. I want to back Thomas and then round off. Apologies, but Ajalekoko, just sum it up quickly, and then I get Thomas, and then we go. Yeah.
Why this happened is because you don't see Obi's group or Obi's Labour Party as organized as it's expected of them. If it's a well-organized party, this incident will not happen because the posters and every materials for campaign have to come out through their party, from the state to the local government, and from the local government to the world. So, and they will never do that. They will never do this because the people in charge of the party at that local level knows the implication of this. They will never do that. But you have a party that is not organized, that everybody just doing whatever they like, and they're dragging the name of this man to the mud. The killing is, electoral chances. This is what they're doing because they passion and desperate and over marketing him. This is what an unorganized party will bring to the candidate. It will bring some damages to him. It will bring some crisis to him. And we are talking about the pastor there. This is what it does. When you have Iriwa Ogriwa, just anybody, just anyhow. There's no central control. There's no, command, structure. It's not a well-organized party. So Obi can do better. He can organize his people better. If it's a real leader, if it's a person that really wants to lead Nigeria, if you lead well, if you're able to take control of the party and how the party should be run, and he should respond to an issue when his people are crossing the line by, cyberbullying people and other attack on people that doesn't support him. He should speak to it. He should let them know, I don't want to play my politics like this. You want to support me in a more peaceful and, with respect other people's position, and you should tell them, no, I'm not in support of violence. I don't want violent people supporting me. So he can easily do it. And I believe if he speaks consistently, that people will listen and they will do the right thing. Most of these YouTube, or what do you call this, internet soldier, most of them are outside Nigeria, that they will never even come to Nigeria to vote for him. They will never come to vote for him. So let me leave it like that, one man. Thank you.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Well put, Ajanlekoko. So Ajanlekoko is we're coming up to the 5-hour mark. That's why I'm pushing for time, as I'm sure you know. Let me go on to Thomas. Actually, now come to the 5-hour mark. So Thomas, are you there? All right. So we don't appear to have Thomas. So we seek to start to round off then to land on Ajanlekoko. We'll kick it off with Moses, and then we go from there. So Moses, there's that time of the day again. Final words.
Okay, one man. My request, Nagra, I got special to one man because of the way you are going through, because of Obi. Because
many people have been complaining about your platform, how you are spreading false news, which I don't like because I love you. I don't want your platform be the platform that people will be say you are anti-Obi, you are against Obi or something like that. Because people see Obi as light to Nigeria. People see Obi as hope to Nigeria. So I don't want your platform will be tagged as bad platform for against that something is against goodness of Nigeria. So I want you to withdraw. That place you are going, it will not give you good name. That is by the way. Two is that I want us to be together. Southwest and Southeast and South. We are brothers. Let's tell ourselves the truth. I don't know what we are fighting for. Only this Funane make it like maybe we are fighting something. No, they are putting asunder both of us so that we cannot, because they know say if we come together, we'll be very, very strong, and it will be hard for them to come between us. So I want us to be reason for better Nigeria, because if Nigeria good, everybody will benefit from it. That is it. P2B, if P2B is from Southwest, I will support him. If P2B is from the North, I will support him, because I see future in P2B. I see new Nigerian in P2B. So that is why I support him. Tinubu is a nice man. But the problem is Tinubu is that he's old. We cannot afford to handle carry 2 million of Nigerians give Tinubu now. That is a Buhari promise. We don't need it. We want Nigeria to move forward. That is all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Well put. So I've never really spread fake news in my life. I verify before I put it out. So I'm not quite sure. So there it is. So I'm glad you people have been badmouthing me all over your talking spaces, but that's just by the by. But by the by, and two are yours to say his bye-byes were closing remarks. So Ayo, as usual, a short monologue just to round off your thoughts.
Yeah, hey guys. So it's been a very lively conversation. Guys, if you haven't hit the like button, please hit the like button. We're entering a very, very important period in Nigerian political history. I think the more people, whether it doesn't matter what side you're on, I think the more people that listen to this platform will be well informed. Just based on my experience, I think common sense and righteousness usually wins. So even if you're somewhat reluctant because you don't agree with the worldview of the host to like the platform, I would go ahead and like it, because you never know who is listening, and you never know who is taking away some, very important nuggets that would sway them in your direction. So if you can, just like the platform and try and share and get as many people to listen in as possible. I really honestly think this is Nigeria's really last chance before everyone just gives up and before the country implodes, because the youth have had it. They have. And anyone who has their finger on the pulse of what's going on in Nigeria right now knows that, we just seem to, and I know I can get into the habit of ranting, and I'm not going to do that right now, but we seem to get into this cycle of thinking Nigeria of today is the same Nigeria of 10, 20, 30 years ago. It's not. The youth is super dynamic. The youth is the smartest people we've ever had in our country. And I would implore anyone and everyone who is on Twitter to please tune in. There's so many of these guys who are very active. They're so smart. I am so impressed. And these guys make me proud to still consider myself a Nigerian. above anything else at this point. The youth of that country. They have so much going for them, in spite of the negativity, in spite of the lack of leadership and the just dinosaur thinking of the leaders we have currently. And in the next 10, 15 years, they're all going to be dead. It's just a fact. Doesn't matter if it's Tinubu, Buhari, or their likes. They're going to be gone. Okay? So we need to start thinking about how we're going to move forward as a nation, because I really don't want to retire in the States. I want to retire at home. And the only way that's going to happen is if there's stability, there's common sense, rule of law, and people respect other people. So hopefully, we'll be here again tomorrow or sometime soon, and we can continue this conversation. But if you haven't liked this platform because your thinking is, I don't like one man's position, I get that. Trust me. I have my differences with one man, but I think overall he is doing a net plus to our country. So go ahead and like it anyway, and tell your friends and tune in. That's all I have to say, guys. See you tomorrow.
Brilliant. Well put. So that's how you, of course, Ayo needs no introduction. So let's try Thomas again, because he has been here all day. So he's in the private chat, but he's not speaking when we come to him. So
I'm here, one man.
All right. So Thomas, unfortunately, right, the closing remarks.
No, that's fine. One man. It's good to listen sometimes. It's good to listen. It's very educative. I'm enjoying it. I would just say this. I don't have a lot to say. If Ajale Kuku can address IPOB and ESN is the problem for getting state police in his closing remark, it will be better. Thank you, one man. May God bless Nigeria. May God bless you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Thomas. God bless you too. So that's Thomas. He just drops a line or two. So from Thomas, of course, to the Obalola, the one certified prince and a senior prince as well from an important stool. So your heads bowed as His Majesty gives us his word. Obalola.
Video. I'm kidding. But on a more serious note, I think we should appreciate one man for the job he's been doing so far. And in all honesty, this is the best platform when it comes to Nigerian politics on the internet. And I've seen other platforms, and this is the best platform because on this platform, we don't encourage talking points memo only. You have to defend your positions. So don't get sensitive when people ask you questions about your belief. And that will actually draw people closer. But like for me, I never really cared so much about Peter Obi, for instance. But when I asked people that were supporters, they gave me reasonable points for me to go research. That's the way it should be. Because I've been on some platform and they tell you this place is for this man. If you don't support this man, don't come here. I'm like, how would you attract people on your platform? So once again, One Man One Tomorrow is the best Nigerian platform when it comes to politics on the internet, and I can say that proudly. But to the issues, I once again don't agree with Ayo about the Nigeria not being divided when it comes to religion, because it kept in 1993. Nigeria is more divided when it comes to religion now more than ever. So, and that plays a huge impact. I think we ignore the divide across ethnic and political lines, and that goes to the foundation of the country. Nigeria was not properly integrated across economic, political, and religious lines. The founding father didn't do a good job in that part, but that's it for another day. And this thing about Obi having the South and does not need the core North, I don't know where you're getting the numbers from. It does not have the South. That is untrue. And it's likely to get a third tier, like one man would say, a third tier VP, which will, eliminate him. But I, once again, don't think that it can sustain the momentum to December. I don't think that will happen. But, at least it's giving us, a chance to at least, compete a little bit with the two big boys, But I look forward to speaking with the group tomorrow as well. And we look forward to 2023. It was a very interesting session today. Mr. Jack came late. I don't know why he came late, but I will forgive him for this time. We need to hear his voice more. I don't know why he disappeared on us today. Maybe he was busy doing something else. But it was a good session. But I look forward to talking to you. Like, subscribe, share with family, bring more people in. and let them know this is where you can actually have a debate, have something to share with other people, and we don't do talking points no. You actually have to defend your position.
Babati, on just what you were saying, I am a fan of the space as well, and all matters Nigerian political. So I've been attempting to go to some sites that they are dedicated to, of course, the obvious champion.
Yeah, they will curse you out. They will say,
they were threatening me, they were bullying me, they were cursing me, they were, in fact, I thought they would read through the computer and hit me, know. And then after a while, they just said, if you continue, we won't let you hear anymore. And I was thinking, well, what are you doing now? You're spreading lies. Oh, it's a mess out there.
Yeah. So how would you attract more followers of your candidate if you keep?
Yeah, but there's more followership for those sort of spaces, because people is like an echo chamber, isn't it? And then I listen to them, and they line up one after the other, trying to outdo each other in eulogizing about this guy. Oh, you say, it's so fantastic. That one we say, it's absolutely. I've never seen anything like this.
Let me give you why I like this with this channel. A clear example is Pansat and Joel. You remember they've improved greatly since they got here. Before they used to have that talking points kind of attitude before, but now they come and they actually defend their positions now, which I enjoy. I enjoy listening to them, because when they first came, I'm like, oh my god. I remember you had to block them like twice or three times because they were so abusive. But you can see the progress. They can actually defend their positions, and I love that. I love to have somebody challenging me as well, so I can learn from them. So I think so far so good. This is the best platform on the internet for Nigerian issues. God bless you. God bless the panel. God bless everybody. Like, subscribe. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
All right, brilliant. Well said. You can come back again. So that's Babati. So that Babati, of course, is a prince, as I keep telling you, a proper one as well, though not some Bale stock. So from then, Babate, the prince, but the king of them all are the head prefect, the Don One, king of boys, Ajanle Koko, the mighty one.
Thank you, one man, and I'd like to thank everybody that came on the platform today for your contribution. You've all done well today. And I hope tomorrow you will all come back to bring the quality of your best contribution again. I'm glad that Babati mentioned that this platform is the best Nigerian platform. There's no other way you can describe it but the best of the best, because this platform is very interactive, very interrogative. You have to back your position with fact. You can't just come and say things and just get away. No, this is not a platform to just come and talk. I mean, and what one man is doing, particularly this candidate verification process or candidate verification exercise that is doing, that he has just started with Peter Obi, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. That is how it should be done. Other platforms should come and emulate what we are doing here. They should come and learn from us. We don't follow tribal. This is not a tribal-based platform, but a platform that is based on speaking the truth, informing the people, and educating the people with fact. And when it's necessary, with data to make with data to back the position. So we are worthy to be emulated. Others should come and learn from us. So you don't need to see one man as anti-Obi man. No, he's not an anti-Obi man. He's just doing the job. He's doing it the best. It's driving this platform the way that Nigerian media, Nigerian press supposed to be, running the press in Nigeria. That is what one man is doing. Interrogate everybody, bring out the best from you, and it positions you to the world. What you are saying, it is now left for people to accept or disagree, but at least it will bring out from its interrogation of you will speak your position where you will position yourself where you will say everything that you know about all the question is asking from you. And we have to appreciate that. We don't have to look at him as if he's anti-Obi or he's anti-Igbo or he's anti-Easterner. No, he's not anti-Easterner. We are not anti-Easterner. We are all same people. But at this critical time that we are going through a serious crisis in Nigeria, whoever that is out there saying they want to do the job, let us x-ray them very well. Let us know their strength. Let us know their weakness. For our people to know the right person to vote for. And voting for the right candidate will save that country. So that is my position on that. Other than that, let me thank every other person. Let me thank everybody at the commentary section that been chatting from the beginning to this time. I thank you all. Our brother Alexander Gomez, Chairman Board of Trustees, one man went to more. Alexander Akashi, Secretary. I thank you all. I thank Sister Bonksma. I thank everybody on the Ortiz, everybody on the commentary section. I thank you all. And I thank Woman as well for the great job he's doing. I don't know where he's getting the energy from and where he's getting all this, bringing us together twice a day. It's almost 8 hours a day to bring us together. That is 1/3 of the totality of hours that make a day. So if one person devotes about 8 hours for Nigeria to survive, what he's doing is for Nigeria to survive. I want you all to see it that way. 8 hours a day. Who among you can do it? Tell me which other platform that you see it run for 8 hours a day. No, this is the only platform. I appreciate him for that. So one man, I thank you so much. Tomorrow, I believe another day, we shall join you and we continue the struggle from there. Thank you, one man, the Eagle. See you tomorrow.
All right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. So that's Ajanle Koko. Whenever Ajanle Koko is around, of course, he rounds off the session. And just Ajanle Koko, Ajanle Koko reminded me that it's actually up to 8 hours a day that I'm spending on these things. It's making me reflect on my own life. I don't actually know that I spend that long, but when you condense all the hours, it's actually right. So I have to be a bit stricter with the timing, because my anticipation is not to spend up to, or certainly not more than 6 hours on it. Round about 2 hours in the afternoon and no more than 4 hours in the late hour. So I will seek to correct that because it cannot be really healthy to be spending that much time online. But that's what has happened today, and that has been the session. So we've ebbed and flowed, and we've landed at the spot, the point of departure So only to it's not goodbye, it's over, as they say in France. It's not goodbye, it's over. And for those of you who don't know what over is, it's see you later. So it's not goodbye, it's see you later. So see you later. So I'll leave it there. Carry conversation on within the comment section over here. I say peace. And by the way, this Moses guy that was saying they are going around calling me anti-Igbo or something. Look, that doesn't really bother me, because I'm not anti-Igbo, of course. Yeah, and anybody that doesn't understand the conversation to the level that they want to pedestrianize that's why, I'm surrendered to the fact that the audience is never really going to be, because what we dish out here is for people of a level of functioning. It's not for pedestrian thinking people. So what we dish out here, I'm resigned that it is not going to be for mass consumption, because what we're saying is necessarily the mass does not have the digestion to take in what is being dished out here. It's very sharp-edged stuff presented with very quick wit. So if you want to say it, if you want to do praise worshiping, there's countless very, very mass, platforms that you can do praise worship and kumbaya about some ridiculous candidate or the other. But no kumbaya here. We'll hold your feet to the cold and we'll sweat you hard. So come be sweated hard again tomorrow. So I'll leave it here. Carry conversation with you in the comment section over here. I say peace.